Alrighty. There's a kind of hush all over the chamber, so I think we'll start. Welcome everybody this morning, and we first of all will kick off with apologies. So we have one from the Mayor and one from Catherine Chu, and that's all. Any apologies for early departures today? We should be finished by 5. Have a mover for the apologies. Sam, seconder. Tim, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Right, it's a little bit of wrong way round, sorry. Tēnā koutou, kua hui mai nei, ki tēnā whare o tātou, ki te kōrero, ki te whakarongo, ki ngā kaupapa o tu hapori. No mai, tautu mai, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Right. Now, I'd just like to remind members if they have any conflict of interest to please declare that. If there are any conflicts at the moment? No. If anything arises during the meeting, just raise it and we'll deal with it at the time. Can we move to the previous minutes, please? Item 3. Do we have a mover? Mel and Ian Galloway. All those in favour say aye. 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 Opposed, that's carried. And we come to item 4, which is the public forum. And I'd like to welcome Bex to Prospo, who will speak on behalf of the Drinkable Rivers New Zealand regarding their work of the organisation. And I see that you've brought us little prezzies and gifts. Always. Thank you very much. Just what I need, another bumper sticker. Yep. Fire away. Welcome.
That's not us. No.
You sure?
I mean, I can try it.
Okay.
I don't break my chances.
Okay. Thanks. So normally for public forum it's 5 minutes, but I thought, well, I'll just do the courtesy and allow you 10 today.
Thanks.
Yep.
Firstly, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Bex Prospo, as Glenn said, and I'm the project manager for Drinkable Rivers. I'd also like to introduce Carmen here from Bill and Maria's school. We'll talk a little bit about that a little later on, and Russell from our team. I also would just like to send apologies from our founder, Michael. He desperately wanted to be here today, but had an urgent family matter to deal with. So I'm here today just to give you an overview of our work and to highlight some opportunities for us to collaborate on what we perceive to be one of the most important issues facing Christchurch, New Zealand, and the world. And once we've got slides, I'll kick it. Can we get that full screen? Alright. Drinkable Rivers is a movement led by real-time data which focuses on the stories of New Zealand's waterways by giving our rivers a voice. So many of you will be familiar with our founder, Michael Mayo, local entrepreneur and passionate environmental advocate. Michael conceived of Drinkable Rivers as a moonshot vision of something he wants to achieve in his lifetime. Thank you. Of something he'd like to achieve in his lifetime. Ultimately, he thought that targets aiming for swimmable rivers are simply not good enough, and our failure to achieve those targets in the majority of our waterways pretty clearly reflects that. So in 2018, Michael partnered with co-founder Anaki Goodall and his social enterprise catalyst organization Seed the Change to sponsor the development and build of a prototype real-time water quality measuring device, a device which we hope will be the first of many. This device, dubbed Oracle One, was sited at the head of the Atakaro Avon River in July of 2019. Since it was grounded there last year, it began taking real-time measurements of a number of key indicators, including pH, nitrates, temperature, conductivity, dissolved oxygen, and redox. These measurements are taken every half hour and are supplemented with regular manual tests for additional contaminants, such as E. coli. This data is currently being displayed in a dashboard which you can access right now through the data link on drinkablерivers.nz or directly through this URL here. The dashboard is in its 1.0 form, but we've got huge aspirations for it. We're currently working to secure funding to improve both its aesthetics and its functionality. Our aim is to future-proof this display so that we can add additional sensors and aggregate other relevant data from sources like CCC, ECAN, NIWA, Met Service, and so on. In its fully realized form, this dashboard will provide a compelling snapshot view of our waterways' real-time health, while also providing the full, robust, open-source data to be used for research and education. In December of last year, we partnered with Villa Maria College in the development of a pilot kaitiakitanga program to focus on Corf Reserve and the riparian zone surrounding Oracle 1. We're now working closely with their staff to craft learning outcomes which provide cross-disciplinary opportunities for their students, like allowing Carmen to join us here today. Some of the tangible outcomes of this collaboration will include river reports and regular hands-on water testing, riparian planting and long-term management of Corf Reserve, collaborative crossover opportunities with other schools, such as the Urban Eel program at Russley Primary, and a collection of learning resources to support Villa in maintaining this kaitiaki role long into the future. Our intention with this pilot program is to create a self-sustaining roadmap, which can be adapted and applied for use with future oracles by additional schools and other sections of rivers in future years. In short, I hope to make myself redundant. Drinkable Rivers work is not in hands-on remediation as such, but rather in information, mobilization, and collaboration. We acknowledge and are humbled by the amazing work which is already being done in the water advocacy and restoration space in Christchurch, and it is our goal to support that work in the best ways that we can. In doing so, we can also support organizations like CCC. So this is where we are now. We have our prototype sensor at the head of the Atakaro Avon River, because we understand that we have to start there if we have any chance to restore the rest. But we're working quickly to find funding for additional sensors for the Avon, the Heathcote, and beyond. Because it is with multiple data points that we can really start to add value and to achieve our vision of giving our rivers a voice. Organizations like CCC and ECAN have incredibly robust periodic data that's great for tracking trends over long periods of time. Our aim is to supplement that monitoring with the power of real-time data, which is particularly useful during different weather and contamination events. So say we have a major storm event, and a half hour later, our sensors show a spike in a particular contaminant. It's registering across the Atakaro Avon River, but we can quickly see that it spikes here near Whanui. With that information, we know that it's being introduced somewhere east of Richmond. And these results and supporting tests over time can help us to isolate contamination issues. Maybe something's being introduced through Dudley Creek, or through a stormwater drain on Avonside Drive. Suddenly, we begin to have a much clearer picture of our waterways and what they're telling us. We can then make use of these innovative sensors to help us make decisions on where and how best to focus restoration efforts to improve the health of our rivers. And throughout the process, we can provide this high-quality, real-time data to those that can best make use of it in the community. Water quality is really topical in New Zealand right now, and the space is fairly crowded. So we're working to support some of the key players who are already in this space, and we hope to soon be able to provide these groups with real-time data to inform remediation works in their local areas. Currently, we're working to support them through established initiatives, like the Mother of All Cleanups, which is adding a schools component this year, something we're helping them to deliver. But on the other side, we're also establishing links and actively working on collaborative projects with commercial and tourism-focused organizations like these, as well as creating collaborative opportunities for learning and well-being with initiatives like these. Because we see the incredible educational, health, and commercial potential of having thriving rivers running through the heart of Christchurch. And in creating these links across sectors, we hope to best serve both our waterways and our citizens. With the theme of storytelling underpinning all of our activities, these are some of the key objectives for us in 2020. So we really want to get both our software and our hardware optimized. We'd like to continue further development in our partnership with Villa Maria and creating that framework that we can roll out to other schools. And then also really building on those collaborative relationships. But of course, in achieving these goals, we face some challenges. Like everyone in the sector, we face funding shortfalls, and we have to spend more time than we'd like raising funds rather than focusing on our core work. One of our best opportunities for funding in 2019 was through CCC's Innovation and Sustainability Fund, for which we spent weeks on an application, only to then learn that all of the funds were allocated before the application deadline. This is indicative of one of our larger overall challenges. We've had considerable difficulty in navigating CCC systems and processes, often losing time, which for us is absolutely precious, chasing the wrong personnel or using the wrong channels. For instance, we used every connection we could find to establish a pathway to get planting consent for Corf Reserve before finally being told months later that the riparian zone there didn't even fall within CCC land. On a smaller scale, this navigational challenge is reflected even today in this process, as we requested a deputation for today back in November and only found out on Friday that we were no longer able to have a deputation slot and were instead being moved into the public forum. But we're here today because we believe that you can help us remove some of these obstacles. We need better pathways to navigate complex CCC processes such as consenting, which will only get more complicated for us as we put additional sensors in the river. We need funding resources to enable us to continue this very challenging and important work, as well as human and informational resources to help us access and interpret existing water quality data. Your active support in these areas would both inform our work and enhance our ability to support your work. The issues facing our waterways are complex and urgent, and we need everyone to decide to be part of the solution. Thank you for taking the time today to learn about drinkable rivers. We are so grateful for your support in helping us to achieve our vision to give our rivers a voice. And we look forward to building greater links for collaboration between drinkable rivers and Christchurch City Council. Thank you.
Wow, that's impressive. Thank you very much. Look, there is a minute and a half. Anyone got a question? Aaron?
I've got one quick question. I went to your website and looked at the Oracle One data, and it's great because you explain each of the reasons why they're there. The only one it doesn't give is that part of the river drinkable right now?
Absolutely not.
So, yeah. So then it would be good to have that as
sure.
whether you do it as a red to green, where it is currently, how far away from, I'd drink it, but most wouldn't.
I wouldn't recommend it,
Okay.
but absolutely, that's one of the things we're looking at with those dashboard upgrades. What we want is for when you hit that landing page, there's something really compelling there that appeals to 9 to 90. Right, that shows you exactly what you can see in that snapshot view. And then as you drill down into it, you can get this very robust data, which can be used by yourselves, other water organizations, and community groups for actual restoration efforts as well.
Yeah, because I know you say we shouldn't, but every other mammal would.
Yeah.
And why is that?
Why?
Water. Every other mammal would drink it.
Yeah.
Well, they probably will, but I'm not sure it'll be good for their health. I mean, in the Corf Reserve area, I've been living there 15 years, and 15 years ago we had rather large eels there,
Right.
tuna. They're not there anymore.
Right.
We found one tiny little one, about that big. So they may be drinking it, but it's not good for their health.
Right.
So that's really good, and we can tell you drink the water, Aaron. It was concerning to see those nitrate levels, actually, I must say. They were nudging up to towards 3.5, which is not good. I would like to suggest that we request that the council give you a liaison person from our staff, that a person who can help you navigate things like funding applications and information around consenting and sharing data.
That would be fantastic.
So, yeah, I'd like to, do we formalise that in the resolution, or do we just call for put a note, that'd be good. And also, can we just pass to the chair of the Innovation and Sustainability Committee to follow up on that funding application? Because it may be able to come into a new round, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it may be able to get into the new round. There is a new round, it's just that before the council election, there were a stack of applications. Yeah.
So
we
I mean,
understand
it's open the
reasons
whole time,
why,
it was just already allocated.
So the new round will be in July.
Yeah.
And so maybe if you could pick that up, then maybe they don't need to do all the work all over again.
I'll just
Sarah?
got a quick question.
Yeah.
If council knows that there is a risk of contamination from, say, an old landfill site that's close to the river, outside the river, it's in the public agenda today, how quickly should we be acting to make sure that doesn't cause contamination of our river and estuary.
I mean, I'll admit my bias on there and say as quickly as possible. I believe, and I won't speak for the next presentation, but I think there are some solutions being proposed to issues exactly like that, immediately following by Adriana. But I would say we want to be acting as quickly as we can. Mm-hmm. It's hard to answer that without a specific contaminant and a level in an area. But as I say, this problem is incredibly complex, and one of the things that I have learned over my time with drinkable rivers is that this is a multi-pronged issue. It is not as simple as it is being conveyed by a lot of sources. It's not nitrates and phosphates from big agriculture. It's a lot of sources. And so our objective really is to tackle every one of them as quickly as we can.
And it's great work that you're doing. I know you've been to the Christchurch West Melton Zone Committee as well.
Yes.
And I think it's admirable that you're reaching out, you're partnering, and you're creating a program that can be used by others in the future. We've got a resolution up there. Yanni, we've run out of time for questions. Is it a quick one?
Yeah, well, I just thought it's great to see the young people coming.
Yeah.
So I just wondered if there was anything that you'd like to say.
So my family and I lived for 5 years in Angola. We brushed our teeth with bottled water and we drank in brown water. And we were a group of the wealthier people that lived in Angola. So when we came to New Zealand, it was this great green place and you can drink the water and do that kind of thing. But it's really sad to see that not only are rivers not swimmable, but they're not even drinkable. So it is a really pressing issue that I'd like to see addressed.
Yeah. Hey, well said. Those are very sobering thoughts. Thank you very much.
And just in terms of the resolution, I just wondered if we could get our staff to work with them around the Community Resilience and Partnership Fund, the CRAP Fund, and also the Endowment Fund. Because those are funds that it's quite hard for groups to actually apply to. That we actually need staff to work with them to get the applications in.
Mm.
Including providing information on those two funds.
Yeah, that's good.
Staff need to work with them. There's no application process
Including
for those
working
funds.
proactively around the Community Resilience Partnership Fund, around funding options. Is that all right?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy to move that. Do I have a seconder? Yanni? You second that? All right. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried.
Thank you
So we've got an action out of your visit here, and thank you very much. And thank you for all the incredible, proactive, heartfelt, passionate work that you're doing so well.
Thank you.
Thanks, team.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
you.
Okay, and our second public forum today is Adriana Hess, who's going to talk to us about using pervious concrete as a viable alternative to stormwater retention ponds. Welcome, Adriana.
Hi, thank you for having me.
I'm going to do you the courtesy of 10 minutes as well.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yeah, so welcome.
So my name is Adriana Hess. I have a Bachelor of Science in Business and Engineering, a Master of Urban Resilience and Renewal, and I'm the only NRMCA certified pervious concrete contractor in Australia or New Zealand. My mentor, David Ligori, he's been pouring pervious concrete for the last 15 years in San Francisco, and he's a pervious concrete craftsman, which is the highest certification you can obtain by NRMCA. He also works with the San Francisco City Council on green infrastructure guidelines, pervious pavement specifications, and he's actually pouring a municipal car park for them right now. We would like to share with you the learnings from the last 15 years. So this is pervious concrete. Oh, that's not pervious concrete. That's pervious concrete. So you can see the infiltration rates here are pretty spectacular. Some are in the neighborhood of 600 liters per minute per square meter. And this initial infiltration rate is really important to see how this installation is going to perform over time. So this is a visual of how we calculate permeability, because over time, organic debris will get in there like sand or grass or leaves. Did we go off full screen? Possibly. Just go here and we'll try this again.
We'll stop the clock.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
There we go. So what we expect to see is over about 10 years, these installations will become less permeable up to about 95% because that organic debris is still spongy and pervious. It will still work, but if you're starting with 600 liters a minute, that means that over time you move to 6 liters a minute, which is still acceptable. It's when your mix doesn't pass validation testing and you have lower initial infiltration rates that you're going to be in the business of maintaining these things fairly regularly. So let's say we have a 1,000 square meter parking lot. We want to convey stormwater to a 10 square meter retention pond. And let's see what happens in a 100-year storm in Christchurch. So if 13 centimeters falls in 24 hours, it's going to stack up because you're essentially trading area for depth, and it's going to stack up to 130 centimeters. And let's say we have really typical Christchurch soil. It drains at like 2 millimeters an hour. It's going to take you 27 days to infiltrate that water, which becomes a problem when we have another storm 2 days later, and then it overflows and it suddenly overloads your municipal drainage systems. So instead, what if we were to move that retention pond underneath the pavement itself? So you're treating rainfall where it lands, and in that same storm, you have 13 centimeters to deal with instead of 130. Same soil, it'll take you 2.7 days to infiltrate all of that. And it's important that we design the site properly, because the one thing that will destroy pervious concrete is if you design it that asphalt will be running off into it. These two pictures are of the same exact parking lot, and on the left, that's the lower elevation, and you can see the staining from where those asphalt fines have gotten into the pores, and they're plugging it up, and it's moving toward the edge of that installation. Whereas on the right, it only receives rainwater, it looks great, it's still pervious, and to look closer, you can see all of that tar has completely destroyed the permeability on the left, and on the right, you can see some grass, maybe some leaves, but it still functions just fine. Now, the San Francisco City Council has adopted pervious concrete into their building code, and it must adhere to 3 ASTM tests. And actually, that's a core held by one of their council inspectors that was taken from a parking lot that we poured near the San Francisco Bridge. I would also like to take the opportunity to tell you that the San Francisco City Council has extended an invitation to you to create a relationship to talk about the governance implications of using pervious concrete if you wish. They're actually pretty excited about talking to New Zealand about this. So what happens when motor oil drips on pervious concrete? There are several studies. This one's done by Coventry University. And the researchers found that the microbial population that grows in the base course, it eats polyaromatic hydrocarbons. So it biodegrades before it reaches the bottom of the installation. And these researchers recommended using pervious pavements instead of conventional asphalt and concrete because it prevents contamination to ground and surface waters. So there's no incentive for developers to use pervious concrete because it costs 15% more than conventional. So if we can allow them to transfer their retention pond and place it underneath the pavement itself, they can realize economic gains by maximizing their built area while also treating stormwater where it lands. So I humbly request that we add pervious concrete to the building code as an acceptable alternative to stormwater retention ponds. However, it must be installed by certified concrete contractors with proper site design, and each design needs to be proven with infiltration data from the field. And I can show you this model if you're interested. And each mix needs to be validated by ASTM testing to make sure that it passes quality testing. Thank you.
Kia ora. Very interesting. We've got time for a couple of questions. Tim.
So in San Francisco, so that with their building code, so on your slide, next steps, modify the building code. So this is what we to a degree do the same thing with regards to the building inspectors, etc. So this would just be the same regime, if you like, as what is happening now.
Correct.
Okay.
We're looking to use this instead of conventional drainage systems, which is also more resilient to earthquake, because next time we have an earthquake, your pipes are going to shear and you're going to end up with flooding again, whereas this stuff still works even after it's given a shake.
Sarah?
Thank you.
Yeah, so just to carry on and clarify, so does the building code need changing to make this usable?
Yes.
Because if so, that's not council. So that's central government who does the building code. We do the district plan and the regulations under the district plan. So it might be that we need to get you to talk to the right staff to see which process needs to change. So if it's something that central government needs to do, then we could help advocate for changes in that way, because it seems to make a lot of sense. If it's something that we can do and make changes in, say, our district plan for those permeable surfaces, which I think it probably will be, then that's something that we could look at doing and putting on our list of district plan type changes for that.
I like
So
that idea.
yeah, we need to work out exactly where the blockage is.
One of the
Yeah.
inspectors from council that I spoke to said that if we could get this rolled up with like a new build and consent it with, say, the driveway, it would
Yeah.
then become part of the building code sort of by default. But
Right, yeah, we need to work out exactly where that sits and whether it's something that we can change as council that will make it easier for builds in Christchurch, or whether there needs to be something changed nationally to mean that we can do it. I don't know.
Yeah, so we could
Yeah.
actually
We need to
request
work out how
a
that
report
works.
It'd be good for
on
our
that
staff
for
to
our
talk
next
to it, yeah.
meeting.
Yep, that would be
on
cool if you could do
the
that.
viability of that and what's a good way, suggested way forward to get these things happening. So
Yeah, so we could unload
should we-
something on
could
that.
we do that? Thanks, Sarah. James, and then Yanni.
Kia ora, Adriana, and welcome back to council.
thanks.
You used to work here, didn't you?
I did.
Look, I didn't know about this until now, so I find it fascinating. And this may be a simple question or basic question, but is this product being used at the moment?
It is. The designs all sort of vary. So
I mean, in New Zealand.
in New
Christchurch.
Zealand, yes. There's a company out there that is pouring it right now, but as far as I know, they're not certified by the NRMCA, and I have some questions around their actual site design to make sure that they're not putting in next to asphalt, etc. I have worked with David to create a relationship where we can use his mix that's been tested in San Francisco for the last decade and a half and implement it in Christchurch using stormwater modeling and making sure that we're building these things to withstand storms and hydrology purposes. So essentially the answer to your question is we're pouring a patio in 2 weeks. So if you want to come dump a bucket of water on it, feel free.
Okay, thanks.
Yanni?
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar question. So just in terms of your presentation and the diagram and the pictures that you've showed, would places like Linwood Pool, where we're building a car park and then a big stormwater swale, would that be the sort of place that you would think we could just do something like what you're suggesting?
Absolutely. That is the best application for it.
Right. And so if we wanted to do it, like, how easy would it be to, yeah, it's a good point, Tim, we'll make sure that's not in the contract. But just in terms of, I guess, picking up on James's point, so like if council said, cool, we're really excited by that, we'd like to trial it or do something with it, what sort of time frame would we be looking at in terms of saying, yeah, let's give it a go versus actually getting something on the ground?
I would say probably 4 to 6 weeks we could come up with something if you really wanted to smash it out. That's if you already have your infiltration data and your groundwater tables and all the geological surveying. Because if your geologist says, you know, we need more than just your standard base course for pavement because it relies on that base course for its strength. If they need you to dig down, we need to adhere to those rules as well. So there's a lot of balls in that court, but probably about 2 months, I would presume.
Okay, thank you very
That's
much.
really good to
Yeah.
know. So you have been working with council staff,
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
and that's going well.
Yeah.
So we've called for a report in the next, well, hopefully the next meeting or two, on ways that we could perhaps advocate for you with the building code changes. Look at our district plan. I know we did try and get this sort of thing into the district plan last time, but of course we didn't have control over the plan. It was the independent hearings panel. So we can keep having a go at that. And I mean, like you say, if you look at a development, they can hopefully fund the extra cost through releasing the land that would have been a detention basin into more housing. So that's where they pick up the cost benefit.
That's actually where working with council would be the most beneficial, because I'd really like to work with stormwater engineers and consenting to give them the opportunity, these builders, the opportunity to use this stuff instead of allocating, 30% to a giant pond, which is then going to overflow in the next storm anyway.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Well, look, thank you so much for coming in, and that's been very interesting. I think the committee's found that quite fascinating, so thank you very much for the work you're doing in the environmental field, and we'll see where we can help.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, nice to see you. Right, so now the
I think it'd be helpful if we asked staff to look at some potential projects where it could be trialled or considered. I mean, like Linwood Pool's a classic example where we've had to constrain the space available for recreation based on having to build a massive stormwater swale.
So would you like to put
where
that
we're
in
building
number,
a big asphalt car
number
park.
2 then, to move that council consider areas appropriate for trialling?
Yeah, I think that would be really good. Current projects that may be able to be able to used as a trial.
Yep. We've got, for example, we're building the new St Albans Community Centre, and the car park there is going to be pervious material, which is good.
So if it's able to be used, you aim at clearing other buildings.
We
Sorry?
don't. No, you have an option to use it, but if we want to make it compulsory, it would be quite good.
This is another level of just going like Gobi block style, where this is taking in the stormwater, which is quite.
Do we need that word trial?
What could we use as an example?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I've done that in my driveway. I've got gravel. I'm the only one in my 4. Everyone else has got asphalt right up to the door, and I used gravel because it's pervious. So do we have a mover for this? Request council staff consider current projects where this system could be used. Oh, no, I don't want to. We're a pervious system. Yeah. Yep. Is that all right, Mike?
Not,
We're good?
not capitalised, not like it's a particular.
Yes. Yes.
Generic.
Tim, move it. Seconder.
Yeah.
Phil, sorry, he pipped you at the post there, James. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed, that's carried. Great. So now we come to item 7 and 8, which are the minutes of the Christchurch, West Melton and the Banks Peninsula Zone Committee meetings. We're just receiving these minutes, and I suggest that if anybody has any anything to raise about these minutes, that we perhaps carry those over to the next committee meeting, where the committee members of the zone committees will actually be here and present in person to deliver their reports. Are there any questions on the minutes, or anything anyone wants to raise? Andrew, then Yanni.
Thank you. It's great that we're getting the minutes to this committee, and it's good to be able to read those and see the important work of the zone committees that's going on. My view has always been and continues to be that we need to have a more joined up approach between the zone committees and the community boards. There are a number of community boards in the city that have got a very keen interest in water issues, water quality issues, particularly those community boards that have got the rivers running through them. There's a strong focus on water quality in the Heathcote River, for example, and certainly some of the community boards have shown a strong interest and done some good work in that space. And on Banks Peninsula, the Banks Peninsula Community Board have got water quality as one of their priorities and the environment as one of their priorities. And clearly there's significant crossover between the work that the zone committees are doing and their terms of reference, and no doubt some of the content in the community board plans and things the community boards are wanting to achieve. So whilst it's good that the minutes are coming here and that the zone committee representatives will be here at the next meeting so that we can ask them questions if we wish and they can present to us, I do think we need to find a way of getting a more joined up approach with the community boards. Certainly my view is that these minutes should be going to the relevant community boards for information at the very least, and that we probably should be encouraging a community board member to be attending zone committee meetings, maybe not in a formal capacity, but certainly attending meetings, and we should be encouraging the zone committees to be engaging directly with the community boards issue by issue as they need to do. So I thought it was worth making that comment in the context of the minutes coming here. We need to make sure that local connections are made, as could be really useful as well.
Well, I think that's a very valid point, and if we could just turn that into a question, I could invite Liz to come to the table here, and perhaps could you respond to those 2 points that Andrew's raised? And first of all, can the minutes please go to the community board meetings as well? And secondly, the issue of the question of whether community board members can be identified to attend a meeting either as an observer, probably, or sometimes they can be part of the committee. So far away.
Okay, hi. I'm the committee advisor, for those that might not know, for Banks, Peninsula and Christchurch West Melton Zone Committees. So just the other day, on the 13th of February, the Community Governance Board Managers and the zone reps did meet and interested in sharing more information. So they're working on that by arranging the zone committee representatives to meet quarterly with the community board managers meetings. So they're going to start doing that, and they're going to put together a SharePoint page of information that the boards and the zone committees can share their information together. So the zone committee meetings are open to the public, and so a community board representative is most welcome to go along to those if they would want to. I send the agendas monthly to the boards so that they are aware when the meetings are coming up, so they can attend if they wish.
So, and the minutes?
The minutes we can arrange to send those to the community boards if they would like to include them in the agendas. That'd be, as Andrew said, just for noting, because they wouldn't be able to make any decisions on them, but it would be the same process as the committee minutes that come to these meetings for noting. So that could be arranged if it was requested.
So would that be something that we would arrange, or we would request you to do that? What's the process? I
can work on that if I can liaise with the community boards and check managers and check.
All right. Also, can we just put a note on this one also that the committee requests the minutes to also go to the relevant community boards? The minutes already are already included in the agendas, of course, that go to the community boards now. So I've never seen them on ours. Has anyone seen them?
So just to clarify, the agenda for the zone committee is sent to each relevant community board already.
It is, and yes.
And are the minutes of each zone committee meeting already been circulated to the community boards?
The minutes
of the zone committee meetings.
Zone committee are included in the zone committee agenda, which goes to the community boards already.
Okay, so I haven't seen the agendas come to my board, but I would also like to see the minutes be part of their actual agenda, not in the zone committee agenda.
Right.
As it is today on our committee, because they're very interesting to read, and I think, as Andrew said, people are more likely to engage in that way.
We just need a more joined up approach.
And also, I'm coming to you, Anne, and if we can, would we then, how do we go about the community board identifying a liaison representative to attend as an observer? Would we...
I think that is just ask the community boards to consider appointing a liaison person to the zone committee as an observer. They may see value in that, they may not.
That's right.
And I think we need to bear in mind that this is a governance to governance relationship. So whilst it's valuable for the zone committee, presumably chair, deputy chair, whatever, to be engaging with our community governance staff, that's great because it's highlighting issues. But the relationship really needs to be held as a governance to governance relationship between the community board and the zone committee. So hopefully the community governance staff will have the regard to the need for that relationship as those conversations go on.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Request community boards consider appointing a liaison to attend zone committee meetings as an observer, should they wish. So I've got Anne and then Mel.
Yeah, just adding to that, those points that Andrew was making, I think that there would be people on the community board who would be very interested and passionate about this and would like to be involved.
Yep.
And I think an invitation to be sent to managers to extend to a community to the community board for an involvement would be fantastic.
Yep. Great. And Melanie, and then Yanni.
I agree with Anne, but we have had the invitations before to community boards, and I don't know that members were necessarily keen to go to another meeting. I wonder if it might be better for, and this might be asking a bit much, but for the chairs of the zone committees to come to the boards even just once a year, because then they speak to everybody on the board, just not the one liaison person. So it's a suggestion.
So that could be in as well as, because requesting boards to appoint a liaison, it's a voluntary thing anyway. So how viable would that be, Liz? Because don't forget, the chairs come here, is it 4 times a year?
Chairs come here quarterly to report to this committee, so
it's a bit. I think it's a bit much to ask to go to community board meetings twice a year as well. So, but
they may, they might want to consider that, and perhaps they could come along once a year.
look, I actually think that with the community boards receiving the minutes will be really helpful. So if any members are interested, the minutes are really good, and yeah. So I think that would be enough. Are you okay with that?
Is it worth, instead of being specific, talking just generally asking staff to look at ways that we can improve the governance to governance relationship between the zone committees, because it might not be, the same thing might be different for different committees. So, we staff could look at that, and strengthening that governance to governance relationship between community boards and the zone committees.
Yes.
Is that a way to
Yes,
sort of
because it
move
would be on
forward?
an issue by issue basis anyway. So are you happy with that, Melanie? Great. And so who was next? Was it Andrew? No, sorry, Yanni. Did you have a question? Jimmy, Tim, and then back to Anne again.
Just further to the discussion, I think there's a lot of local knowledge. For example, the Huratini River, the Horsewell River, is very much talked about out our way, out at Selwyn, and to have somebody locally from the community board to be there and to be able to bring that information back to the community board about the river would be really useful. So I actually do think there's real value in having a community board person invited. I don't think we've ever had an invitation to our community board from the zone committee to come out. So I think I would really like community board managers to extend that, to talk about this with their community boards, and to extend an invitation to a member to be involved. I think it would be.
So perhaps that's something that Liz could take back to the appropriate committees, just to actually send something out to community boards, reminding them that the meetings are on and they're very welcome to attend.
Specific invitations.
Yep.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Anne.
Yeah, Yanni, then Jimmy.
Thank you. Probably the most alarming thing from these minutes is the issue around the sediment runoff into the Heathcote. And I mean, I'm just really frustrated that we get minutes, but we don't get tangible actions to respond to the concerns that have been raised. So I was really interested in under 11. I think we've had a resolution previously, and I don't quite know where it's got to, around understanding post the fires on the Port Hills, is sufficient being done enough to control the sediment, but also in this they're raising issues around district plan and earthworks and subdivision consenting. So I just wondered how we pick that up and actually get some action, because it's actually quite alarming. And I see that the zone committee is going to set up a working group. Actually, we need a report where we can make decisions to actually improve, in my view. So I'm not quite sure the process for
Zone
that to
committees
happen.
only recommend, but that's a case example of something that can we highlight that the chairs talk about when they come to speak to us next month?
Yes.
And be
But we did
prepared
that last
there's
time.
going to be
So they came and
questions.
talked to us last month. I mean, this is what happens. They come and talk to us, but there's no action that results from the things that
Well,
they've been doing.
There are actions, there's a toolkit, so can we bring that to the next meeting, please, and Liz, you take that back, that there'll be
Yes.
questions about specifics about what we're doing. Jimmy?
Just in reply to that, you are spending $5 million building some huge catchments at the bottom of the Kashmir stream at this point in time, and maybe it's worthwhile putting the committee in a boat, in a bus, oh, sorry, not a boat. Maybe when we get there we hop in a boat. To have a look at some of those works. You're doing things on Henderson's Road, you're doing at the bottom of the Kashmir stream. You are investing huge amounts of money in looking, admittedly,
Right.
at the bottom, but we're also
Yeah.
doing some major plantings.
Plantings are-
I'm talking about at the top. So in the here,
Okay,
it
Yanni,
says
I know, I'm sorry,
says
but we're going to put that through
opportunities
the
to
next
influence
meeting.
management of subdivisions and earthworks in the Port Hills. And it talks about ongoing support for contractors training on erosion and sediment as a key priority, and that they want to establish a working group to maintain momentum. So clearly the zone committee is identifying that whatever's happening is not sufficient
Yep.
and more needs to be done. I just want to get to a point where we kind of know what needs to be done and pass resolutions to get it done.
Yep, so that will come to the next meeting in more detail, and perhaps we can get some, a memo from the City Council on what we're doing for on the works that Dave's outlined, if we can just get a memo for the next meeting on all that as well. Jimmy?
I review the members, short of the Christchurch City Council representative. I remember before, if the council are not available, usually dedicate to the local community board getting involved as a member, rather than just observers. So I don't know, this time, short of representative or members from Christchurch City Council, Ken and the Sovereign, they are in here. But regarding the boundary, my understanding, this actually is a cross boundary in the Christchurch City, cover the whole, probably Hoswell area, and also part of the maybe Hillwood, that kind of area. Should be these two community boards. We have a public person as a member.
Talking about
rather
official
than
membership,
observer.
and I think that's actually dictated by how the zone committees were set up originally by Environment Canterbury, or the Mayoral Forum. Who set it up? Mayoral Forum, didn't they? Environment Canterbury.
Through the Canterbury Water Management
Yes.
Strategy.
So
yes.
we don't have control over that, Jimmy. So I think just getting community board connections and strengthening the governance to governance and the observers is the way forward, and the minutes will be a huge help. So I think we've run out of time on this because we've got next month. So we've got some actions there. Do you have the minutes edited? And then you want something, what was the last one we just said? Strengthening the governance to governance. Andrew?
No, I'm happy to
Fine.
move this, but
Yep.
with a change to the wording. Request that staff work with community boards and all zone committees to look at improved governance to governance relationships.
That's nice, good, okay. Moved by Andrew. Do we have a seconder? Jimmy?
Actually, to consider improved governance to governance relationships rather than look at.
And do you want to put a note about the concern around the sediment issue, and that's will be reported as part of the next committee meeting?
Yeah, so note the committee's concern about the sediment issues in the Port Hills, requesting a memo from council regarding our work, and further detail from the Christchurch Melton Zone Committee when they come.
Instead of a separate memo, can we incorporate it in your
Three Waters report.
bi-monthly report? You've got a big section on stormwater, it'll cover that.
Yep, incorporated into the bi-monthly. That's coming next month, so that's quite timely.
We're going to get a report. I understood we're going to get a report back when the zone committee reports around the sediment issues. There's a whole bunch of stuff around consenting.
I think what we'll do is we'll call for that next meeting, sorry, but not this meeting, if that's what you want to do. At the moment, the sediment works will be, that council is implementing, will be included in the Three Waters report next committee meeting, so we can take an action from that, and the zone committee chair or who representative will come with more detail about what the work the committee's doing. Okay.
So it should be relevant zone committees rather than all zone committees, because we don't want them working with Kaikoura and Huinga and so on.
Yep, great.
So, and relevant zone committees.
Do we have a seconder? And, oh, sorry, Jimmy already seconded. Sorry, Jimmy. All right. So is there any further discussion?
Yeah, look, what I think would be really good is to get staff here to explain what is being done and what the requirements are on sediment, etc. Because if you remember, and I don't
sorry,
think
Tim, that's going to be in the next Three Waters report in detail. Is that all right?
It's in the Forward Works program. It's specifically called out sediment control on the Port Hills. Paul Dixon's putting a report together and it'll come up on the 25th of March. Not sure what the 25th is at your next meeting.
Yep.
Yeah.
So sorry, Tim, carry on. I don't want to shut you down, I just wanted to...
I think it's really important to remember that it was ECAN's requirement to enforce this. They were unable to do it, so our building consent officers and our building inspectors have picked this up. So we are actually under pressure staffing-wise, but it would be really good for our staff to come explain what the requirements are. I don't think we need a report per se, but I do think we need staff here to say, this is what the requirements are, this is what we're doing, and this is the pressures we are under.
Yep.
And this is the improvements that we have achieved. I think that should be really important.
And that's what we've called for. That's what we've called for.
Well, one thing is a report, but I think it's really good to hear from staff directly. So.
We're going to note the committee's concerns, so you're going to put that in? Okay. So look out, next meeting, sediment is under the hammer. No more discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. 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 Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Liz, for coming. All right, so now we move on to item 9, the draft submission on Taumata Arawai, the Water Services Regulator Bill. So this is our submission to this bill, which the submission's closed on March the 4th. And this, of course, is following the government inquiry into Havelock North drinking water, and one of the measures that Cabinet has agreed to implement to address the inquiry's recommendation is to establish a dedicated drinking water regulator to oversee the entire drinking water system and ensure New Zealand communities have access to safe and acceptable drinking water. All right, so look, I'll open it up to welcome staff. John.
Does everyone know Sarah? I think everyone knows John, but does everyone know Sarah?
Would you like to introduce yourself to Sarah, and then you guys will just introduce the report, the submission?
Yeah, kia ora, I'm Sarah Hemmingson. I'm Senior Advisor in Three Waters, and I'm basically working on anything to do with water policy.
Thanks. Right.
So the submission has been prepared, and as noted in the report, the bill is part of a broader package of reforms to the Three Waters regulatory system. The establishment of a dedicated drinking water regulator to oversee the entire drinking water system is one of the recommendations from the Havelock North Drinking Water Inquiry. The main provisions in the bill establish Taumata as a Crown agent with a dedicated sustained focus on drinking water. It outlines the objectives, functions and operating principles to guide and inform how Taumata Arawai carries out its functions and duties, establishes a Maori advisory board to advise Taumata Arawai on Maori interests and knowledge as they relate to the objectives, functions and operating principles of Taumata Arawai and the duties of the board. There is nothing in the bill relating to the effectiveness of measures outlined in the objectives, functions and operating principles. The challenge has been the wide-ranging powers provided to Taumata Arawai, but no indication of the implications these powers may present to Council. Another bill, the Water Services Bill, will give effect to decisions to implement system-wide reform to the regulation of drinking water and source water, and targeted reforms to improve the regulation and performance of wastewater and stormwater networks. The Water Services Bill is expected to be introduced in early 2020. In general, the Council submission supports the intent of the bill. The submission makes recommendations on the following. It supports an independent regulator for drinking water, is concerned about the potential imbalance of focus between drinking water aspects and the stormwater and wastewater aspects from implementation of the bill. It seeks the inclusion of board members with knowledge, experience, capability in the provision and management of drinking water services and infrastructure for a regulator focused on water supply. The management of non-drinking water quality should remain with the Ministry of the Environment, driving these reforms due to the interconnectedness of water quality, ecology and biodiversity outcomes, and supports work to continue to improve these existing mechanisms. It seeks clear guidance for agencies on priorities and hierarchies to avoid the potential for competing objectives and functions of taumata ROI and existing legislation and government departments where they overlap. There has been sector collaboration in the development of submissions. We have shared our submission points with both Selwyn District Council and Napier City Council. Nationally, the Society of Local Government Managers and Local Government New Zealand have shared their drafts and sought sector feedback. The final drafts of these submissions have been recently received prior to final organisation or board sign-off. The Society of Local Government Managers submission expands on the points we make relating to costs, how taumata ROI will be funded, and lack of transparency on the likely fees and charges imposed on the regulated community. The Department of Internal Affairs Departmental Disclosure Statement states the monetarised costs are substantial and greatly exceed the monetised benefits, which does not give much comfort. A firmer statement querying the degree of statutory independence of the regulator, with it being a Crown entity. Also, board member knowledge, the need for knowledge of the drinking water supply and regulation environment. In addition, requests the board have skills in community engagement. The Local Government New Zealand submission is aligned with the Council on the potential resources and capability pressures, recommending a board member with skills in infrastructure regulation. Also, noting the complexities of stormwater and wastewater and the role of the Resource Management Act in regulating water quality. The submission also notes the need to ensure there is a clear distinction between technical and economic regulation, the need for strong engagement with local government. Staff agree with the issues highlighted in both submissions and also recommend the submission include a statement that Council supports submission of Society of Local Government Managers and Local Government New Zealand on the bill.
So that's a really, really good summary, thank you. My only, Yanni, I see you've got a question. My only feeling is that we can say we support their submissions, but can we use some of the things in their submissions to strengthen ours? Because I don't think we say these things strongly enough. The cost implications, they've also recommended possibly, LGNZ have recommended the Māori Advisory Group and possibly a second advisory group, and particularly the importance of retaining local government representation on any of these groups and on the board. So there's various areas where I think we need to actually strengthen our submission to make it more, which would be easy to do if we're supporting these other two, is just to perhaps take some of their main points out and strengthen. We've actually got them in our report mainly, but they're kind of quite hidden, especially the part where I think it might be Solgum that says the costs will be picked up by third parties, and suggests that the Crown could be also involved in that. We haven't actually stated that in our report. Any questions, Yanni?
Thank you. I've read through the kind of bill and I can't see where they've got the power to grant an exemption to having forced chlorination. So who's got the power to grant an exemption to mandatory chlorination or residual disinfectant?
This is only about the establishment. Yeah. It's not
about their powers, actually.
That will be established by the regulator once they're set up.
Right, so there's nothing in here that talks about them being able to grant an exemption.
That will be in the, if there is anything, it'll be covered in the second bill, which goes into more detail around the roles. This is just setting out the objectives and the functions of what the regulator will do. It is not going into the detail of how it will carry out those roles and who will be responsible for that. It's very high level.
But it's assumed that will be the ones that will have the ability to grant an exemption. And I just wonder whether in our submission, I mean, this goes back to the whole trying to work with DIA and government. From the very first conversations we've had up in the Mayor's Lounge, we've asked around having clarity around the exemption process. And we seem to have the goalposts keep shifting, and yet we still have no clarity about that process. So I think
one of the things to be clear about here is that there has been talk of an exemption, but there is no policy proposal on paper for an exemption, and nor is there any legislation, regulation or standard relating to an exemption. So our position has always been that that compliance in terms of demonstrably safe drinking water would be that we meet the requirements and the standards, and we do those through our water safety plan. I think talk of an exemption is distracting, because there may or may not be an exemption regime. In fact, that is one thing that people have been talked about, but there's no guarantee, and nor do I think we should talk it up and guarantee that such a regime would come into practice.
Right. So, but I think we should. I can't understand why we wouldn't make the point that we do not want to have mandatory chlorination of our water, and we want the ability to actually have the choice around meeting the standards without doing that. And I think we should
we can do that, certainly.
That.
So we can say that that it's up to the water supplier to demonstrate the safe supply of drinking water, whether or not that requires residual disinfection. We could do it that way.
I think we need to be really clear about it, because otherwise we're just getting further and further behind getting the chlorine out because of the way that these processes are going. And so what you're saying is the second bill is the opportunity where we will understand what's required?
Well, it may or may not be. I think they'll probably do it through the drinking water standards and the associated regulations. That's where the technical detail of that will be, and they will be the agency that oversees those standards and regulations.
And how transparent will that process be, and how engaged could we be in that?
Well, that'll be up to the regulator, and that is in the submission.
That is something we want to highlight, that transparency about that, and also consultation as well. Yep, thanks, Yanni. There's also, I see you've got a question in, but clarity around the other two waters, the stormwater and wastewater. I mean, the primary focus of this is drinking water. Are we saying the stormwater and wastewater should just still sit with the MFE and the RMA? I mean, LGNZ have suggested remove the words oversight of those two, because it actually suggests too much
so the fundamental position in our submission is that the freshwater program of action, which is reforming the RMA and the standards around ensuring freshwater, is in flight, as it were, and should be given a chance to continue to roll out through the national standards, national policy statements, and then the associated plans at regional council level.
Yeah.
And that the focus for this agency should be much more on the drinking water.
Yes. So maybe strengthen that a little bit, I think, too. Anne?
Thank you. I was just looking at point number 13 in the statement about the overlap between objectives and functions of taumata Arawai and existing legislation and government departments. And I mean, there just seems to be an awful lot of forks in the dinner here, if that's a simple way of putting it. What would that look like? What would clear guidance look like? What I'm worried about is that there's an awful lot of money involved here, and there seems to be a lot of people, a lot of agencies and things involved. What would be the most helpful thing? Could we strengthen that statement up a wee bit more to say, for example, this is what would be helpful in terms, or not?
I'm not certain, to be honest, because I'm not certain where they see the drinking water assessors and the local response to incidents and events. So it depends on how they roll out their national direction, and then their regional presence, and then their local action.
But I think that
we think that they should think about it a lot more and be very clear about what they're doing and how that fits with what other agencies are doing, particularly the district health boards, but maybe also the regional councils, depending on how.
But it does come down to, again, not wanting the one-size-fits-all approach and retaining that local input.
Well, they will need local input. They won't be able to do it all from.
I know, but we need to reinforce that that's important to us, and I think as Anne is pointing out, that's important to us that be made extremely clear.
I think also under that one, and maybe we need a diagram, it's very, very complex, because take notifiable diseases, which is the example we use in section 13, the DHB needs to know that because they need to have the response side of it done. The regulator needs to know it. We want a one-stop shop. We don't want them having two separate databases, but that information is used by a number of different people for different purposes and needs to be. And so, you know, I think when you've got the whole picture and all of these, we've got to make sure that everyone's got access to the same information at the same time. And we even use a notifiable. Admittedly, we get it from the DHB, but it's very useful for us when we're looking at what's happening across the organisation. So I think what we're trying to recognise in there, it's a very complex, but we're better to have you in charge of this and you in charge, and we have access to that rather than us trying to do a whole pile of duplication. Yeah.
Right. Thanks, Anne. Melanie, Tim, have you got one? Or were you stretching?
I'm just going to talk about the cost of this, even though it's not the only thing. I think, you know, the summary or conclusion we've got doesn't mention anything about that, and that could be a big issue. And I think all of those paragraphs should be strengthened with what we want to see. It just states that something's is absent from the bill, and we need to say that what we want.
What we want, I think so too.
You know.
Yeah. So, just going forward on this, I know it has to be in by the 4th of March. Could we set up a subcommittee here, or just a few representatives from the committee with delegated authority, just to look at the changes we've suggested today and sign that off, even if it's by email next week? Yep. So can we put that down? And have I got any interest on being on that? I think Melanie and myself. Good, is it? And and James. Is everyone happy with that? No. Melanie. Shall we swap Andrew? Andrew, do you want to?
If the mayor's going to be there and if you're going to be there with the chair on.
Yeah, so we'll take Andrew out.
I'm comfortable with the other names, I don't need to be there.
Yep, take Andrew out and put Melanie in there. Or her nominee. Yep, that's good. Yep. Melanie Cooker. The Melanie, yeah. Oh, the Melanie. Oh, all right. So that would be by the 3rd. Are you happy with that, Sarah and John and Ellen? You all right? So if you can just make some changes, strengthen what we've said, and include in the conclusion what Melanie suggested there, I think you've got the gist of it. All right.
More questions. One is around the rural supplies. I see that there's a whole power around rural supply, and given we've got the Peninsula, that's probably an area that we should be commenting on, because that's been a huge incurred cost forced on us, and it would be good if there was schemes set up for rural supplies that we were involved. And the second one is, have we got a strategic campaign to get other groups submitting in support of the points that we're making locally, given how important water is?
Yes, so we have we've spoken with other local authorities and shared our submission points, and when there wasn't an early draft, to assist them in making their own submissions.
But I mean, people like the health ministry, you know, the local health people, community groups, etc. in Christchurch.
Maybe that's something that should go out through the community boards, providing a link to the submission.
I mean, I've previously raised it. I think we need a strategic campaign around not being forced to have chlorine in our water. And we should be taking every opportunity we get to stimulate people to make submissions to reinforce that point to government. Otherwise, we're going to lose this battle.
All right, well, we can do that. All right, is there any more questions? No? Any discussion? Has it been moved and seconded? To the mover? Thanks, James. Seconded, Mike. Any further discussion? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carried. Thank you for the work on this. Thank you. And we'll look forward to receiving an email next week. And then we move. Sorry, Aaron, against. All right, we'll move to item 10. It's not here till 11, so we might stop. We might stop just halfway through this if it gets long. Morning tea's not till 11. Okay, item 10. Welcome, team. Now, are you planning to, this is the second time this has been back, we laid it on the table to get the memo around a further option. And so this is regarding the Bexley closed landfill and the foreshore remediation project. So previously we had 3 options, which was containment, protection and do nothing. We've sought a memo on a further option of sheet piling. We've received the memo here today. Do you want to talk us through this? And is that what your intention is?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, I'll allow you to. Do you want to introduce yourselves too,
yes,
please?
Certainly. We're
Second.
Who is the technical
Architecture and Structural Team Leader. Architecture and Structural Design Team Leader.
Yeah, and we have Rowan Lathan, who's our contract and project lead with solid waste, and then behind us here we have Grant Gillard, who is our aftercare officer.
Landfill Aftercare Officer.
Yeah, and Kate Beard, who's our contract supervisor for curbside collections. So yes, we were asked to, from the previous report, to consider the option of sheet piling, which we have gone to the engineer with the Eakins team and come back. You'll see in the report there is updated report. There is attachment A, and we have a report there from Mark Humphreys, the senior structural engineer, on the engineering advice, and we also have the Heather Holder Lunn, her comment there. She is the senior natural resource and environment planner. The advice that we have had back is that sheet piling was not considered to be an option that would be a viable option for that estuary environment. We have also considered, in terms of the funding for the preferred option, which was about 1.5 million, to the funding available that had been made from a budget provision for the inner city development, which was $4 million over 4 years. So that provision was for the planning and resource consent and scoping of the works that would go out for tender for that works. So it may actually come in cheaper than that, but looking at using that money available to fund the works for the Bexley landfill remediation. So, yeah, is there anything to add?
I don't think there's too much to add. The content is in the paper. Really just that we went back to the engineer to discuss the sheet piling option, and they actually had already reviewed that option and had discounted it. And so then we just got clarification as to why that wasn't a viable option. So I guess in terms of informing the committee, it was already considered and set aside, and then we're just trying to communicate that with yourselves.
Well, it's interesting because the question was asked at the last meeting whether sheet piling had been considered, and the answer was no. However, it doesn't mean that we wouldn't have actually called for more information on that, so that's all right. So apparently it was considered previous to the last meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. So by the structural engineer. So we approached the engineering team and asked them for options, and they came back with one or two
shortlist.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've got questions. So Sarah was first, then Andrew, Mike, Sam.
Kia
Kia ora, thanks so much. So since the earthquakes, we've done quite a lot of work along the estuary edge in Christchurch and a lot of coastal environment work for remediation. Do you know roughly how many kilometres of work we've done? They've been significant, huge value projects, though, haven't they?
I'm not familiar with the work. I know there has been work, but I don't in terms of how much.
Yeah. So probably, I don't know, kilometres and kilometres anyway. So do we have, what's the expertise like in council for doing that work and getting it through consenting processes through ECAN in the coastal environment?
Hi, Ekin here, Team Leader, Architecture and Structural Design Team. It's actually, despite the fact that we've had this coastal protection issue since the earthquakes becoming more topical, we actually haven't, in-house, we haven't done a lot of high-level remediation. The biggest one we've done so far is the coastal pathway rock revetment work, which has been completed recently, and it's less than a kilometre in terms of kilometres. Other work that has been done has been generally done on a low budget, experimental or taking long-term risks basis, the smaller work that has been done, and they've been quite localised. The design teams have been, I don't know, this might be slightly out of scope, but design teams have been waiting on a higher level decision from the council in terms of what level of protection should we be going for.
Okay, so have we mostly outsourced any work, or?
We haven't done a lot.
Really? There's a lot of stuff around the estuary edge currently.
Yes, so they'll be localised, smaller scale works, and some of them are, to my knowledge, which is not authoritative, to my knowledge, some of them are disposable to a certain extent, so they don't.
Not expected to last long.
They're not done to the long-term climate change criteria.
Yeah. So when we asked a similar question this morning, the answer was quite different, Dave. When we're talking about the experience of the people.
Two large projects that have been done are the skirt work that we did at Redcliffs, and also the whole face, and that came back to council for approval for the causeway between whatever. Now, that was done in partnership with Skirt. Skirt did that work as part of that remediation.
Okay,
and we had staff seconded into Skirt at that point in time. So we were involved with both those two projects, and they would be the two biggest ones, I think. We are doing a little bit of work on the South Shore, but you're aware of that kind of thing. But those would be the two biggest jobs, I think. Then the next third biggest job done would be the work you've recently done on the coastal pathway, which is facing not necessarily the estuary, but facing the, whatever that little piece of beach is called.
Clifton Beach.
Has that answered your question?
No, not quite. So the current work that's underway on the Whanui Shagrock Cycleway, how long is that taking to go through consenting processes and environmental impact assessments and things? Do you know?
Sorry, not familiar with the Whanui Shagrock area.
Okay, so it's around the estuary.
Probably.
No, I mean, I'm not familiar with that project. My team has been heavily involved with the coastal pathway one, and we have been able to go through the environmental processes reasonably smoothly because all of that was considered as part of the project planning.
So the getting the right option to start with makes the consenting easier.
Correct. Okay. Yeah, and pre-consent consultation.
Right. Pre-consent. Okay. Because I'm quite keen to know how long it would take to get more environmental impact assessments done.
Yes.
Just quickly, if you look on page 51, which is a statement by Heather, she talks in there around hard edges, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. She actually doesn't give a timetable, and unfortunately Heather's away today, so we can't actually have her here, otherwise we would have. She did say that under authorisation we can put in 150 cubic metres, and then after that we need to start on consultation. So Where did I read that? After more than 100 cubic metres, it's the first paragraph under best practice environmental design in consultation with MKT and the Estuary Trust, yes.
Okay, so we haven't contacted the Estuary Trust yet?
We haven't until we've got an option that we're going to go forward to, as far as I know, but I'm not sure if...
So just on that, with option 1 and option 2, do they require consultation or just engagement with... Because option...
Yeah, so I believe engagement on option 1.
Yeah.
We've had pre-act with Environment Canterbury on option 2 because that was the first option that was put together.
Yeah.
And so I believe that would have a consultation process.
Righto. Now, Sarah, did you finish?
Yeah, no, just so in the past when we've done stuff on the estuary edge and we've come to council, we said, what's the best option? Council's gone, this is it, based on staff recommendation. And then engaged with the Estuary Trust and things like that, who've then gone, oh, hang on a minute. And I would have thought that you might have engaged with them earlier when you were looking at options. And when we talk about this as estuary edge, the bit where the landfill was, the end of it there, is it fair to say that that's actually the mouth of the Avon River? The river actually flows past it constantly, doesn't it, to come out?
It's the narrowest part.
It's the narrowest part. Yeah. And the river floods through there.
So you get high velocities through there.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah.
ECAN has got authority up to high mean tide level, so it is certainly within the ECAN area, so we need to work with ECAN and the estuary, MKT, etc. So, yes.
Andrew?
Thank you. So the way that this is developed, we obviously had a paper that came to the previous meeting. There was essentially an option of sheet piling, which by majority we asked you to do some further work on, and that's resulted in this appendix. Now that essentially is an option 4, I guess, that you've done a bit more work on. I'm looking at this in the context of item 10 in the report, which is the options matrix. And some of the information that we would normally use to populate that options matrix is there in the appendix, and that's helpful. You know, the cost to implement of 965,000 or whatever it is, the maintenance and ongoing. Are you able to? I'm just keen to verbally kind of populate this options matrix, given that we haven't got the option 4 information, as I'm calling it, in there. So the maintenance and ongoing. With the sheet piling option. Are you able to make some comment around what that would be?
I think what the advice we've had is that, you know, a hard edge structure such as sheet piling would require the same naturalised beach setting to, I guess, to reduce that environmental impact
Correct.
of the wave energy, etc. So we're effectively saying that the sheet piling option is the install cost plus option 1.
So 15,000 would be the cost of the sheet piling option.
Yep.
As well. Okay. Funding source and impact on rates presumably would then be the same for option 1.
Well, and the cost of the sheet piling. So that's
so
why
it would be the option 1
to
cost plus the 965
Absolutely.
for the sheet piling, which the appendix is saying would then render the sheet piling unnecessary in any case. Okay. And then I'm particularly interested in the environmental impacts. They're made clear in the appendix, so that would be a negative comment on this table around environmental impacts. Impact on mana whenua is something that isn't canvassed in the appendix. I'm making an assumption, and assumptions are always dangerous, that any feedback on cultural values or any impact on mana whenua would also be negative in as much as we're introducing more foreign materials and an unnatural environment into this area. Is that assumption correct? Are you able to make any comment on that?
I'd say that is correct. We've been in contact with MKT about the project, but that was a few months ago, and once we got an option to go forward with, we'll re-engage with them.
But are you able to anticipate what response you might get from MKT on the sheet piling option?
My gut feeling is it's not a natural product as where stones are, so stones would be preferable.
All right. And then finally, alignment to council plans and policies. wood sheet piling and the option of sheet piling plus the stone revetment, would that align with council plans and policies or not?
The waterways projects or approach of council is based on 6 values. You might have heard them before. They're recreational, landscape, drainage, ecology, history and cultural. So the sheet piling option would introduce new issues in the ecology, history and cultural part.
So there wouldn't be alignment in those areas?
Not perfect alignment, no.
All right, that's helpful because, as I say, because that table wasn't populated with this new option that we asked you to consider in more detail, even though you'd rolled it out in the beginning, that allows us now to make the comparison with options 1, 2 and 3 as they were laid out in the table. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Andrew. Mike?
Thank you. My questions have actually been asked and answered, but I'm happy to move the staff's recommendation at the appropriate time.
All right. Okay, so Sam, you're next, and then it'll be Anne and then Phil.
Cool, thank you. Page 42, 5.2. 42, 5.2. For the steel sheet piling, there's a cost estimate of between 965 and 2.4 million. I just wanted you to talk me through, I guess that is quite a big range. How have we got to that number, and why couldn't it be more accurate?
Yeah, so that is literally the cost of the sheet piling that we were advised, which is I think 945. I don't have the number. 965,000, and then the advice that we would still require that naturalised beach finish on top of it, and so that's the 1.4 quoted in the gravel containment option. So the idea being that even if we install the sheet piling, we're still going to have to grade a naturalised beach to retain those ecological values effectively.
So it would cost us 1.5 million for environmental impacts.
No, it's the option 1, the preferred option, so we have that cost as 1.5 to do that remediation work, but then you'd have the sheet piling on top of that, because that work would still have to be enacted as well as the sheet piling, because you couldn't just leave a hard edge.
Why couldn't we just leave a hard edge?
It doesn't fit the 6 values that we just spoke about.
So key reasons, if I can summarise from the paper, is that the straight edge water along... Actually, I need to add something to Sarah's question earlier, which is about how much experience we have. We don't have a lot of experience in the coastal protection, it's a new work, but we have a lot of experience in the rivers because we have 400 bridges that we maintain, and scouring is one of the main issues at abutments, and this is actually as similar, if you can imagine a bridge edge straight abutment. Over time, water likes to just make holes around straight edges, so that's why we try to do take out the energy of the water by introducing rocks and different sized things, so that it's never a straight edge that then tries to scour around it. So that's purely a structural concern. And then we also have the environmental concern, which is, you would have seen in one of the maps, there is a sensitive eel habitat and bird habitat, and all of those animals and beings require nesting and hiding shady spots, which a straight edge doesn't provide.
Yeah, thank you. Just to clarify, because there's a lot of figures being talked about here. So option 1, which is the preferred option, would be total cost of $1.458 million, and that's complete, everything? Right. So the sheet piling would be $965,000 plus an extra maybe 1.5 million, say, to do the other stuff. So would bring the whole cost of sheet piling to about 2.5 million. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Phil?
Thank you. I'm actually a wee bit disappointed. When we were here last time, we asked staff to investigate, and they asked me, is it all right to go and talk to the qualified sheet piling installers? And I said, yes, go. I had 2, but I said, you go. I gave them their names, you go and talk to them, I want nothing to do with it. When this came out, I rang both those guys and said, what reaction did you have? They said we were never consulted. I look at this as being, there's been a report written just to justify the original option 1. I don't agree that you just add the option 1 and the 965 together, because if you throw the 965 in, the work that's needed outside that is far, far less, like lots. And I would really like to get some more information, or see the staff go down there with 1 or 2 of these things. So my question is, did you talk to the contractors, the sheep piling people?
No, I don't believe, based on the work and if it once again refers to the appendix, it wasn't an option that was going to be able to meet the other requirements. So there wasn't any direct contact.
Okay, I just feel that the guys that know how to do it would know a damn sight more about it than me, and I would suggest possibly you guys as well. And I would like to see you to get half a dozen of them down there. I don't care. I don't know if there's that many in Christchurch, but to get their side of it done. I have no issue. The job needs to be done. It's important that it needs to be done, but I just feel that we can get a better outcome with this. With sheep piling is containment and protection, but it doesn't need anywhere near the protection of 1.458 on the outside if we put the wall in.
So how does that option consider the landfill material that's outside of that sheep piling? That's what is the real struggle to us. You know, there's effectively slumping of this landfill material out towards the coastline, and sheep piling would intercept that. That would require removal of that landfill material from the coastal side of that sheep piling. The disposal costs of that haven't been considered. You know, the impact on the foreshore, the replacement of a naturalised beach hasn't been considered. So I don't think it's fair to say that it's just the cost of installing the sheep piling and talking to the experts. It's the broader impact of that option that we're considering.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Okay. Tim?
So with this information, with option 1, is that going to seal, and how long will it last? So it won't seal the contaminant getting into the estuary?
No, so the current landfill capping for this site allows passive discharge of leachate from that fill site, and we have a consent for that discharge, and that consent hasn't been triggered. Like, we are well within those limits. So there is a natural process there of the former landfill that is probably releasing low-level contaminants into that estuarine environment. However, to interfere with that, we would need to fully excavate and line that site. I guess the resource consent says that the environmental impact of that leachate is less than minor. So we've got that side covered. So what we're proposing is a containment option a protection option that reduces scour of that site, which would release landfill material into the estuary. So hard objects, you know, the old car bodies and rubbish bags and everything that's in that landfill cell, that's what we're trying to contain from that coastal process. We're not looking to put a class 1 landfill in that site. If that was the option, then we'd need to look at removal of that material, and that would be a significant cost.
So with the landfill sites, so is it that the landfill, when it was being filled, was filled right up to the edge of the estuary, or has there been erosion from the estuary digging into the estuary, to the landfill site?
Originally in place right adjacent to the estuary, with a capping layer over the top. The area went down in the earthquakes, and so therefore the wave action has started to chip away at the capping, and therefore we've got the exposure of some landfill materials.
So the landfill was technically dumped right up to the edge of the estuary?
In the estuary.
And the subsidence has been up to about a metre, where it's dropped down.
But digging in from the estuary, digging into the landfill?
The wave action from the easterly wind is slowly eroding away at that capping layer.
And so option 1 will guarantee, as close as possible, that that will not be an issue again?
It will contain it. And with the annual maintenance, if there's a big storm event which washes a bit away, we can top it up with some more gravel.
And the $15,000 annual maintenance for 600 metres of, I mean, that's a educated guess, really, isn't it? Because, I mean, Yeah, we've got a fair bit of estuary, and if we start...
We looked at a couple of different budgets. One was from, you know, the wastewater treatment plant along the oxidation ponds. They've got an area of foreshore there, and they had some quotes from Fulton Hogan of how much it would be per annum to maintain that, and it was close to 15,000 for that. And that tallied with what our expert Mark Humphrey came up with when we inquired about the maintenance costs for our area.
So the 2,000 metres that we've got of estuary edge where the ponds are, is that going to be an issue in the future?
No, this is a continuation of that naturalised beach on the front of the estuary ponds. So effectively, that beach profile is working really well along that site, and we inspected that when we inspected the estuary. And what we're proposing is a continuation of that treatment around this former landfill. I mean, there's another former landfill to the south of the estuary ponds as well, and that is being contained by that beach. So what we're saying is to continue that along so that we have, you know, a soft, naturalised edge to all of this activity, and that it's consistent throughout that area.
So at the moment, that 2,000 metres is around is being maintained at about 30 grand a year. Is that which adds to which is along the lines of the 600 metres which we're proposing to put in.
That was the quotes I got from staff at the wastewater treatment plant for their maintenance.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
we don't have their actual costs.
Okay, thank you.
And James?
How long will it take if either any of these options are adopted? How long will it take to start with?
Really, it's just that consultation process. So it's, you know, completing the conversation with Environment Canterbury and the Ihutai Trust, and just understanding any of those impacts. But you know, we see the option one, the preferred option, as being a pretty straightaway option. Obviously, the other ones require more detailed engineering design, etc.
Right. Okay.
Another thing, does this site affect the eel trap or eeling site that's around there?
It's
It
right
does.
adjacent to it,
Yes.
so when works are underway, we'll have to have a management plan to protect it as part of the site management plan.
And do you see any issues with that? As far, I guess you'll deal with MKT.
That's right, yeah, and basically part of the plan will be making sure heavy machinery is not going on that mudflat area. Works where you want to dig, you'll be digging from land back towards you as opposed to going out on the shore.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
And the costs for that are included in the...
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, thank you.
So, there's more questions? Right, so we'll go Aaron, Yanni. Sorry? We'll keep going for a second. Aaron, Yanni, Jimmy.
Yeah, so just option one, what's the lifespan of option one? Expected lifespan?
It's in the report. I think it's 25 years.
Well, 10 years, I believe.
20.
But
As you
with
said,
the
10.
maintenance chipping in to do repairs if there's a big storm of it.
Right, so it's a 10-year lifespan.
5 to 10.
Right.
With potential
I've got 20. Sorry, I've got 25 years written down. From last time it said 25 years. in the earlier report.
It's deteriorated already.
Mm.
Yes, it's stated in the earlier report. I wrote it down in my notes, 25 years.
Yeah, I think that's, that's the number I recall.
All right,
Yeah.
Can we just clarify that for sure? Because there's quite a difference between 5 to 10 to 25.
If it's written in the report as 25, it's 25.
Well, it's not this report.
It's not
the
in this
previous
report.
one. Previous report said 25. Yanni?
Yeah, I was just wondering, just kind of, there's a lot of discussion around the whole coastal environment around this whole area, and I know we've had some information through, but just want to be clear, this area isn't proposed to any sort of walkway or coastal pathway going forward, is it?
There will be a coastal pathway going within
sort of 20, 50 metres of it, but it won't be going around the edge. It'll be cutting through the middle of the old landfill as opposed to going around the edge.
Right. Would there be any benefit to doing the work at the same time, using the same sort of contractors or the, you know, civil works to save money and just get it done?
I haven't had any involvement with that project, so I wouldn't know.
Right.
Perhaps that's something we could look into, pending the result of this meeting.
Yeah, and I guess the wider issue around this whole estuary edge and the environmental impacts, we're having another big debate over the cycleway. So, I mean, I'm just kind of keen that we get to a point where we can start moving forward rather than just having delay after delay after delay. So is there kind of a big vision, high principled kind of approach that we can take to the estuary edge to get resolution that would give an opportunity to just move forward?
High level, I think this is out of scope.
It's not with what we've been looking at, but
It's out of scope for this, Yanni,
yeah,
but
look, there has been discussion about the wider issue. We haven't been involved in that.
Yeah. So for example, if we use the rock revetment, you know, along here, then that would presumably be the same sort of thing that we might use further up if it's got the least environmental impact.
Yeah, and what we're proposing using here has already been used on the oxidation pond, so that's a continuation of that work there. So for consistency, yes, but I can't really comment on what would be the best options for other areas of the estuary.
Yep, so this is just purely about the landfill. Jimmy?
Yes. On page 44, paragraph 5.3.3, those option 1 disadvantage, I'm concerned if this was the case happened, how much the additional cost will be the take? Page 44, option 1 disadvantage. Whether it's the remediate.
So, sorry, what's the question?
My question is, because you particularly emphasize the option 1 disadvantage. So that's one, for instance, like may get damage in larger storm event, you know, or may rock displaced during increased flow if over the 5 meters second, and also show, you know, by need to complete all 3 layers at one time. Probably not, you know.
Are these going to equate to additional costs?
Yeah, additional cost.
So that's that cost that we've put in there for the maintenance. It's sort of allowing for occasional storm events or high flow events that would cause, you know, repair works rather than, you know, a regular maintenance schedule as such.
But it's under your 1.4 million.
Yeah.
Yes, it's already included.
Included.
It's included in the OPEX.
Okay.
So that's a good question. Thank you, Jimmy. Melanie?
So I've just been looking at the last agenda, and it said there's a 50, one of the advantages of that, the best option that we aren't really talking about today, but was that it would last for 50 years, but it doesn't mention the length of time actually for the option 1 we're talking about today.
Sure,
so can you just clarify again, like what?
What did we? Oh, so it was a verbal question we asked, apparently.
Was it? So it's interesting that the
So we've asked for clarification on
the
that.
length of time for one was put in, and the length of time for the other wasn't. Anyway.
So we've asked for clarification on that. All right, so no more questions? Mike's moved it.
It was on the same line, because I'm happy to go forward with debating option 1, but I do need that clarification around the fact that it's actually got a 25-year lifespan, because it is, if it's just 5 to 10, then actually I think option 2 would be the better option. So I think we just need a few minutes to get confirmation on that.
What we did discuss last time is that the work that had been done by the oxidation ponds had been done in 1995 and is still in good condition.
Still robust.
Yeah.
So you're applying that length of life to this future project of option 1 would have a life very similar?
As a minimum, so you're 25 years as a minimum.
Right, so you're assuring us of that. Melanie?
Do the oxidation ponds have the same level of sort of water flow and speed and things
Wave
that you would have in
impact.
the estuary edge?
It's a slightly different environment. It's got a shallow shore, whereas where we are, we've got 3 different
energy environments. We've got a high energy environment, we've got a low energy environment, and then a real low energy environment, so it's quite different, you can't compare them. And what the design that has been proposed, it's going to use larger rocks to absorb the wave action in the high energy area, larger than what was used at the oxidation ponds, because they identified that risk.
So that enables you to compare the life expectancy then?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Sarah?
One, just to clarify, because it was the best explanation that I've heard so far. If we were to go ahead with a sheet piling type option, is there not a way that could go right to the very extent of the landfill, or would it have to chop through landfill? Because the explanation I heard you say was really, really good. So if the sheet piling went down through the edge of the landfill, it would still leave some contamination on the coastal environment that would then necessarily need the various layering to protect it properly, which is the full cost of option one. And could you, or would you ever be allowed to do sheet piling all the way out into the estuary to the very extent of the landfill where the rock remediation would be?
I think it's very unlikely. I mean, because of the sensitive nature of the estuary environment, the advice that we've had is that any structure in the estuary is very difficult to get through a consent process.
Especially when there's another option.
The idea of bringing the landform out into the coastal environment is going to be a huge piece of work.
Yeah, but her question is, would you have to sheet pile out there to reach the end of the landfill contaminants?
Yeah, if you wanted to capture all of it without having to do the other stuff.
Yeah, we have landfill at the coastline.
Right.
We have exposed material at the coast.
Yeah. And so that's not an area within our control. Like it's a coastal environment. And even then, if you had to do the sheet piling, you'd still then need to do the wave action stuff with more rocks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And
more money.
Okay.
Okay. So we have a mover for option one at this stage. Seconder, Melanie. All right. So, is there any debate? Andrew, then Anne, and then.
Thank you. This focus on sheet piling has been interesting, and the answers to the questions that have been asked this morning have been even more interesting and even more informative, to be honest. I mean, the key points for me are that the sheet piling is unnecessary. The cost to do the sheet piling properly and responsibly would be greater than option one, and the maintenance cost would be approximately the same as for option one. That it would require economic impact assessment, and it would require consenting, and what we've heard is that neither of those are likely to be easy or positive. So that leads me to consideration that the sheet piling isn't the way to go, unless, of course, we've got minimal regard for the advice in the report, minimal regard for environmental impact, ecological impact and cultural impact, and also minimal regard for the cost advice that's been provided in the report and in the answers to questions this morning. So it comes as no surprise that this was ruled out reasonably early in the piece. I agree that something needs to be done urgently, so the ability to approve something that's capable of being implemented quickly without consenting difficulties is obviously top of mind as well. There are a number of areas in the report that really speak to this. Paragraph 2.3, the fact that it was ruled out early in the piece for good reasons. Paragraph 3.2, bullet point 1, the option was not progressed due to the sensitive nature of the foreshore area and the environmental and ecological impacts. Paragraph 5.8, the estuary is an area of significant natural value. Paragraph 6.2, the communities around the estuary and residents across the city are passionate about maintaining and protecting the unique estuarine environment, and notes in that paragraph the likely public interest in this. I would remind councillors that we are operating in an environment where we have declared a climate and ecological emergency. I would remind councillors of our community outcomes, which have been agreed for consultation by this council, relating to a healthy environment, healthy water bodies, unique landscapes and biodiversity are valued, and taking an intergenerational approach to the quality of the environment. I would also remind councillors of our obligations under the Local Government Act, in particular the 4 well-beings, one of which is environmental, another of which is cultural. So saving money is great, and I'm all for saving money when we can. I don't want to spend any more on this than we need to. But it sounds as though the sheet piling option would see us spending more at the capital stage, and certainly not spending any less on maintenance. And in any case, I'm not willing to approve a scheme which is environmentally, ecologically and culturally damaging, and which doesn't align with Council's policies and plans. So I'll be strongly supporting option 1. Seems to be the only sensible option to me, unless we've got complete disregard for all of those other attributes, and I would encourage colleagues to do the same.
Thanks, Andrew. Anne?
Thank you. I think we need to have confidence that we have an option before us that balances our goal to exercise financial restraint within the environment that we're working at the moment, but also that we're going to be protecting a very sensitive, very valuable environment. And I believe that this option does both. So I want to congratulate the staff. I mean, it's hugely complex, given the fact that we've got so many people here giving such technical advice, and appreciate the work that you've done. So I will be supporting option 1.
Thanks, Anne. Sarah?
Kia ora, thank you. While it's really, really tempting to think that a simple hard engineered solution would be cheap and easy, it's just not in an environment where you have water flow, coastal edge and godwits and all sorts of other fantastic creatures. You've got eels and others. The point was made today that by simply forcing in sheet piling through the edge of the waste and then leaving the coastal side of the landfill without protection is untenable. Putting sheet piling at the very extent of the landfill would encroach on the coastal environment, and I know from experience that any encroachment would be fiercely fought by environmental groups. The edge needs proper protection, and residents of South Brighton and South Shore will not thank us if we allow toxic waste to erode and wash up on their shores. We don't want another Fox River disaster in Christchurch, and time and winter are quickly marching on. The longer we wait, the higher the risk we have of storms, inundation and contamination. Our Ihutai is a formally recognised international flyway and has extensive international significance, as well as its significance for local iwi. Risks of contamination are high, and we need to get on and act. But let's not kid ourselves. Even protecting the edge in the best way we can now still leaves us with leachate and still leaves us with a medium to long-term issue that will need to be resolved, likely by a huge cost and removal of the landfill as our seas rise. How much more money are we going to waste on chasing report after report until some councillors get enough technical information to prove that the environmental impacts are not tenable for the cheapest options?
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Look, I agree with both what Andrew and Sarah have said. There's no question about that. This has to be done. It's hugely complicated. But there is a part of me that's sitting going, I thought there was going to be an understanding of something being done, and it wasn't done. And obviously there are different views around this table on that. I would love to support option 1 today, but for me, an undertaking was taken, it wasn't taken, so therefore I cannot support this.
Right, thank you. All right. Look, you'll go. You'll close. We've got.
I'll
James,
be very.
Sorry, Phil, are you going to speak? James,
Okay.
Phil.
I'll be very quick on this.
Thank you.
I echo what Tim has just stated. I have a real desire that we get this fixed, because it's unacceptable what is happening, and you know, I grew up in that area when that dump was operating, and it was a terrible practice, and we need to fix it. But I have real issues with, and I'll use the word again, the process that has got us to this point right now. And as I say, I echo Tim's comments, and will be opposing the motion.
Phil?
Thank you. I'll be opposing this because I'm on this one that's sort of trying to bring up this other thing. It's very important that we get this fixed. The option of sheet piling, in my view, it's not. People shouldn't think that it's just a wall of steel. If I'm suggesting put the wall of steel in, which will only stick about 1 metre out of the out of the ground, because I went down there and did some levels, and then just top up the outside of it with the rocks that are already on site. Don't bring in all the AP20 and AP100, which is a lot of extra expense coming in. I don't know whether we've got a resource consent yet for what we've got down there, but you are right, David, it's 100 cubic metres and you need a resource consent, but looking at the length of it and the cross sections of that, there's 3,000 cubic metres of stuff we're going to move doing option 1 or option 2. It doesn't matter. It's even more for option 2 because it's thicker. I think that it would be a lot better to just have a yarn to some guys that do install this stuff, because that you don't just do the sheet piling and add all that other cost on. I know it needs shingle on the outside to make it look good, but it doesn't need to be that expensive. It doesn't, because all the rocks are already there. You don't need to bring all this other stuff in. So I'll be voting against this.
Sam, then Melanie?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be opposing it as well, purely on the basis that I think we actually could have more information around the option that Phil suggested. I'm not someone that usually asks for more reports. I don't agree with that. But my understanding was from the last meeting that we actually would get a technical option on that. In my view, adding option 1 and what Phil was proposing together is not the solution, and I just don't think that the facts stack it up. I would have preferred to see greater efficiency within that option. So I can't support option 1 today. This really feels like we're putting a band-aid over a wound. And in my view, if we were going to do anything, we'd go option 3 or with what Phil's got. So I certainly won't be supporting option 1.
Melanie?
Well, I agree with what Andrew and Sarah said. I will be obviously supporting this. I think the option of sheet piling purely to save maybe $500,000 is not really, a good option when we should be considering the ecology and the cultural aspects of the estuary. It's so obvious to me that that's what we need to consider first before anything else. So that's why I'll be in support of this.
Thank you. All right, I'll just quickly say something and allow Mike to close. And just to remind members that the purpose of a debate is to listen to all sides of opinions, and you're able to change your mind during a debate, should you choose to. So we've heard a lot about the sheet piling option today. We didn't actually call for a full report, perhaps we should have, but bearing in mind the costs of that, I'm actually happy with the information we've had in the memo and having staff here to answer our questions, which we've had a lot of questions today, and they have been answered in a robust manner to give me comfort to actually support option 1. And I think the big thing, and I think someone coined the phrase that it's not just the cost of the sheet piling, but the broader impact of that. So we've got to take just the financial cost of that option, and Anne talked about the balance of all the facets of this report. So, I've often accused decision makers in other areas of putting the economy over the environment. In this case, the environment is screaming out loud and clear for attention, and all the stakeholders would support that view as well. The challenges of any sheet piling option going down through the bed would be very, very significant. So we are taking the costs out, and I think option 1 is a robust option for cost-wise as well. The OPEX is not too bad, and it may not even be that full cost because of the contingency for weather events. So this is titled the landfill, but it wasn't a landfill, it was a dump. We don't build them like this anymore, so this is actually a consequence of bad practice. We're not going to find any perfect solution here, but it's about actually protecting or containing this urgently. There's a sense of urgency for this because we don't know when the next weather event's going to come along, or a storm surge to come and sweep this rubbish and this horrible toxic stuff out. Yes, there is leachate, but it is considered minimal, with minimal impact. So I'm actually going to support this because of the reasons I've outlined, but also with the urgency to actually get on with this. So I encourage all members to think about that. It's not just financial, even though option 1 is a financially robust option, and it's about the environment. We will be engaging with stakeholders around this when we have made the decision, whatever that may be, but please consider that, members, and vote wisely. Yanni, have you got... Do you want... Okay.
Yeah, I've listened to the debate, and I have a lot of sympathy for those that want to get something done, and for the reasons that they've stated it. But I think the first principle for me is that when council passes a resolution to get something back with options, and then we get a report saying the options being ruled out, it's not actually giving us a report with options at all. So I do have sympathy for that point of view. I do think when we ask for things, we should get the ability for the councillors who have raised it and supported it to make that decision in the report. And I don't think they have that information today. So I will not be voting for this to be approved today. Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow Mike to close.
Thank you. Look, I just think councillors just need to be a little bit careful about the vote they're going to make. Actually voting against this could actually create a really negative outcome for a really sensitive environment. It's very clear actually when you read through the additional information that we've received and actually listening to the responses from staff to our questions that actually sheep piling is not an option, and actually the cost to do it is probably going to be more than option one. And we've had a number of options that have been considered through this process that range from $250,000 to $9 million, and we have not gone anywhere near $9 million. And actually option 3 I think was more expensive. You know, sheep piling sticking up a metre in the air would have visual amenity, and obviously it wouldn't actually deal with any of the waste material on the coastline of that sheep piling, which therefore requires all that rock placement. So, you know, why would we even be going down that, knowing actually other environmental impacts that it would create? I think we need to realise that our estuary is a unique and sensitive environment, heavily populated by many species and habitats. At a time when we know human activity is causing serious biodiversity loss, including current rate of species loss being 1,000 times greater than historical rates, it's decisions that we make as a council where they have a direct link to our natural environment that either just create that alarming and really concerning trend to continue, or actually be able to start making a difference. You would think, you know, in 2020 we would start to learn from some of the mistakes that we've made in the past. It's actually time that we put the environment front and centre when we're making a decision. It's not always about dollars. And the funny thing about this is the dollars actually work for this one. So I'll support option 1, and I really do urge those that are concerned about the process, actually a vote against this could have a really bad outcome.
All right, thanks Mike. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Can you raise your hands for opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
2, 8, 4. There's 15 of you.
You want to call for division?
Okay. Councillor Templeton? Yes. Councillor McCallum? Abstain. Councillor McDonald? No. Councillor Johansson? No. Councillor Galloway? Yes. Councillor Daniels?
No.
Councillor Coker?
Yes.
Councillor Chen? Yes. Councillor Scandrett? No. Councillor Major? No. Councillor Keogh?
No.
Councillor Goff?
No.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
7 all.
7 all.
So that's passed, isn't
No,
it? That's
7 all.
no, that means that the... Yeah, I think so.
No.
It's not lost, it's not won.
Are you going to have a 5-minute adjournment?
Do you want? Okay, look, we'll do 10-minute break.
Sorry?
Pardon? Well, we need to have a break. We need to have a break. So 10 minutes. Come back at 11:50 promptly. Right, I welcome the committee to take their seats. So as a result of that debate and vote, we've actually left with an option of do nothing. What we have requested is some new information from staff that they are working on now in the form of a matrix to present the information more clearly, and there might possibly be something to add to a resolution, but we'll come back to that. We're going to leave that for now, and we'll move on to the solid waste report, which is item 10. No, sorry, 11. So I invite Helen to, welcome Helen, and Ross to talk us through the highlights of this report. Noting that this is the first time that we've had this report come separately to the committee. Prior to that, it's been wound up with the Three Waters. We thought it was quite a prudent move to bring it back as a separate report. We can concentrate on it better. And staff are seeking the committee's feedback on what they think of the report, the format, is there enough detail, is there too much, etc. So please feel free to feedback on that. So I welcome you to introduce the report.
Thanks very much, and I'll just, by way of introduction, one of the things I will also say is that we've been doing a little bit of reorganisation within my unit, and as part of that we've been thinking about how we name the various functions, and one of the things that we will be announcing next week, so you're the first to know, is that the solid waste team will become known as a resource efficiency team. So the focus here is on getting the resources out of that waste stream and minimising the stuff that goes to landfill and
resource recovery.
Resource recovery? Yep. Right, resource recovery.
When
we announce it next week, we'll know what it is.
We'll get it right next week.
And of course, we also, recover landfill gas from some of our landfills. It's a better frame on what we're doing and what we're trying to do with the whole of the city and the district. Okay, so I'll hand across to Ross.
Yeah, thank you. Look, there's a couple of things. One, we do have a separate presentation for you, but I was wondering if first, I'll take the report as being read. Was there any questions relating to the report or clarification might be the way, because happy to answer any questions on the report itself, and then we can get into the presentation.
Okay, Melanie?
With the curbside collection and the tonnes with the graph, that doesn't. I was wondering if any other measures are taken, like the volume, because this doesn't show like it was sort of mentioned. It's been mentioned previously. If you've got lots of recycling, for example, and a lot of it's plastic, you could have a huge volume of it. You could fill this up, but it wouldn't weigh very much. But you could have a really tiny amount of glass, and that would weigh the same. So it doesn't give an indication of the volume, so that we know how much plastic versus glass versus tins, etc.
Everything, the information that we collect is all in kilograms, and you're absolutely right. It doesn't, when you get to plastic, there's a huge amount of weight required to give you an idea of what the actual volume would be. But with the collection trucks, with the recycling, it comes in over the weighbridge, so we get a tonnage for that truck. Everything's reported from our processor in tonnes or kilograms, so we don't have that volume. We could do a conversion if that information is helpful, particularly with plastics, but at the moment everything's recorded as weights.
So is there any way for us to have an understanding of what proportions then maybe of recycling is different types of material?
Yes, we do. We can report on that. We have a breakdown of that material.
That would be good.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, off the top of that in my head, plastics is around about sort of the 5%. The bulk of what we collect is mixed paper, cardboard, which is about 42%.
Right. Thank you.
Tim.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the report. And on page 61, table 1 is great, but just under that with customer requests, on the hills, a couple of times I've had people, and I've forwarded them with regards to, and they're generally elderly, and one woman had 2 small 80-litre bins, and she was told, and they'd only collect one, but they said she could get 106 of the larger 160 bin.
140, yep.
But she said she's too old, and I've had a couple of these that are getting older or less nimble, shall we say, and it's harder to get them up and down steep drives. But I hadn't heard the outcome. So how open are we to kind of working with our customers? Because there's nothing here kind of, I know we've got assisted service and we've got new service, but I'm just wondering, because what we see as a positive, as in this person or these people are wanting to do the right thing, but now are physically almost unable to because of the size of the bins. Are we working with waste to kind of allow this kind of thinking outside the box?
We would really like to be able to provide the best service we can for the residents. We do have the bylaw, which specifies what we can and can't do in that respect. But we would like to think that on occasion we could offer a solution to people. What we find though is that if we offer a solution to someone, then we have to offer that to everyone. So we tend to stick with what is in the bylaw. I would like to see some more flexibility in that. We will be reviewing the bylaw. We want to take a lot of that prescriptive how we can do that out of there, so that will allow us that flexibility. We do talk with our collections contractor, Waste Management, to see what potential solutions that we can provide. With the assisted service, for example, the bylaw only allows us to provide a rubbish bin. We don't provide the organics or recycling, which to me seems a bit counter sort of what we're trying to achieve. You know, if we can provide these other services as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I thought, absolutely. Because I mean, it is really the hill suburbs that this is, whether it's Littleton, Sumner, Westmoreland, or Cashmere, or Hunts, whatever it is, because the steepness is the issue. And I'd imagine that Littleton being, I don't think there's too many flat areas in Littleton at all. So, you know, I just think there's a difference to those hill suburbs than there is to the flat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which obviously there is.
What we have done in previous occasions is we have looked at going outside of the curbside contract and a private contractor, and applying for funding, Mural Fund or whatever funds available for that purpose. But within the constraints of the curbside contract, we don't have that flexibility at the moment, but I'd like to think that we can get there for these circumstances.
Because there is quite a bit of ingenuity on the hills if you look at the things put on back of cars to get the bins up and down driveways. But for our ageing population, it has been identified to me as in our community board that there is an issue rising, and we've got to be ahead of it, hopefully, because the people are wanting to do the right thing. It's just that it's physically getting harder for them.
Well, I'll be happy to look at developing some sort of a guideline, whether I don't know if we can do it by age or whatever, but or a health condition or whatever, that we need some assessment in there and potentially provide that service.
Thank you, because I'm sure that Anne and Sarah and Andrew and those hill suburbs are going to be coming more to the fore with us. But thank you very much.
I think that's a good point that Tim makes. There's always got to be exceptions, and I think so long as they can validate and justify the reasons that they need to be treated a bit differently, we should be looking at that. It's only right. So we've got Anne, Aaron, Yanni. Anyone else? Okay, Anne?
I'm actually interested in the health and safety. Is it appropriate? Yep, just to talk about or ask about vehicle incidents and threatening behaviour continue to be an issue. Can you tell us a bit more about that, please?
Yes, so this has been reported from our curbside collections contractor, Waste Management. There's been an increase in not only verbal but potential of the physical abuse towards their drivers. Some of the drivers will act as compliance in some respects. So for contamination, if there's items that they can see that, or there's a bin lid which is not shut, it's got, and they can see contamination, they will not pick up that bin. So they'll put a tag on it, just indicating to the resident that it doesn't comply. Some people don't react very well to that, and we have had instances where people have gone and driven and got in their car, driven in front of the truck, blocked the truck. The instruction that Waste Management has given to their drivers is to avoid any conflict and to call the police in those situations. We've had a similar situation with our education auditing of the recycling bins, where we had a gentleman who thought it was appropriate to, as in protest, set his bin on fire. So there is there is an element of, I suppose, people there that just don't take too kindly to being told what to do. So it is
That's quite concerning, isn't it?
It is concerning, yeah.
And it's on the increase.
It's on the increase, right. Any idea of how many, what sort of increase are we looking at?
It's, I would only hear about 2 a month at the moment. But previously, you might be one every 6 months or one a year. So
it's gone up to 2 a month.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I guess what Anne's saying is we need to watch that trend.
Yeah.
So maybe some numbers in the next report would be quite good. Thanks, Anne. Thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, good follow-on, because it is regarding one of those angry people that contacted me their red bin allocation, and they said that the council's policy was under no circumstances can you get an extra red bin or a larger red bin, and their beef was around they have a disabled child who's now a teenager who wears nappies and will for their whole life. Because of disability, they're quite large, they eat a lot, even though they're tube fed, they soil a lot. But we have no exemption for that. Why is that, and are we changing, and if so, when?
Yeah, look, good point. Once the reason it's there is it's historic. It's been, and like I say, it's in the bylaw. I would like to see that we can have some flexibility around people's personal circumstances. What we are hoping to, with the new hybrid system in council, we will have the ability to provide different services and invoice for different services accordingly. What we do find with the red bin, for example, is that part of our contamination in the yellow is once the red bin's full, the excess goes into the yellow. So part of that thinking is to address the contamination and give the flexibility and allow residents to have the appropriate level of whatever service that they require. So we want to introduce that. At the moment, any enhanced service is just with recycling or organics, and the thinking behind that was to limit the amount that could go to landfill, so limit the bin size. So that was the original thinking around that. But like I say, we know there are, even large families with a number of kids in the nappies that, if there is a requirement for additional, I'd like to see that we can build that flexibility in there. We're not there yet, but it's certainly something we should be able to accommodate.
Just timing on that, will that be something this year? Is that in the 10-year plan?
So this year we're reviewing our waste minimisation and management plan, and as part of that we want to look at the best allocation of bins to ensure we don't get perverse incentives. So by limiting the red bin, are we actually increasing contamination in the yellow bin? So we're going to look at those options.
Right, and can we do anything special for like disability sector, like even with a doctor's certificate?
We can certainly look at that, yes. So we're doing that with it by June this year.
Right,
That's
cool.
good. Thank you. And Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. I was just trying to check on this report where it measures against our waste minimisation target.
Not specifically in here, but if as Helen said, we're reviewing those targets at the moment. We did report on that yesterday, and the targets were set, back in 2013. So we have. Although there's been some good trends, there's some targets that aren't that.
I think that would be helpful on this report. So we're failing on our waste minimisation target in terms of household waste to landfill, as I understand it. We're about 30 kilograms. I think that there's some probably we want to be. So I mean, this report should be focused on what's our strategy, what are our targets,
Yep.
and which ones are we meeting, which ones are we on track, and which ones are we exceeding or below, and then what are we doing to kind of catch up. And that's what I can't really see from this report what steps we're taking to address the failing in terms of meeting our targets.
Or our target or trends. So I mean that's
So
a good
yeah,
observation.
we can reframe the report next time to make sure we've got the targets in there against that trend information.
That'd be good because this is exactly the feedback that the staff are wanting on this report. Thanks, Yanni.
And the other thing is I was just wondering if we're measuring sort of industrial waste, commercial waste versus household waste, like where does that fit into
Look, and that's another thing we did discuss, is that we're not capturing that as a council. We know there's a significant amount of commercial volumes there. We can measure it through what is received at our transfer stations and also what is received at Cape Valley. So we can report on those numbers, but at this stage we're not really in a position where we can influence a lot of that. We'd like to be able to influence more of that. We're hoping that the landfill levy, with the increase there, and potentially how that may look with some sort of incentive for separated loads, that will assist with the decrease in what is going to landfill. But we can report on the actual total tonnages. That's what we for the transfer stations.
And you can't be specific about where it comes from, but it's
Just on that, you can see it on page 60. You can see what's coming through the bins, which is the grey bar, and what's coming total. So the difference between the bin, the grey line in my report and the blue line is really a mixture of commercial and industrial. Be very hard for us to say which was commercial and which was industrial, but it does give you an idea. We only collect 20% probably of the waste streams through our red bins that goes to landfill.
indicate that we really need to understand what's happening in that space, because if we want to make the biggest impact and make a difference, that's where we should be focusing.
And that's what we are going to put into the new waste minimisation. We sort of briefed council yesterday on kind of the broader parameters of that.
Just to check on the financials, it's good to get the financial information. In terms of the organics, where it's saying that we're out of, so we're down in terms of what we expect, we can catch up by the end of the year. Is someone able to understand how that contract works in terms of how we get money in versus how money gets spent?
Is it a finance and performance question?
Catch up.
Yeah, part of the reason why that is down is that we do have a commercial volume that goes into the organics processing, and we receive a rebate from that, so that's comes out of that figure. The tonnages themselves, we're experiencing some of the highest tonnages we've had from curbside going through the facility, so the volume going in there and the tonnages is what we would have expected, but in terms of the cost and the processing costs are down is because of the rebate that we've been receiving. Yes.
This is on page 59. The next collection contract is 92k unfavourable. But the processing contract is 680 favourable. So, I mean, obviously we're getting more money. What you're saying is we're getting more money from the commercial rebate. So does that mean there's more sort of commercial stuff going through the organics than the household?
Sorry, the first part of that, with the collection side of it, that can be attributed to the RFID tagging. So we now only pay for bins that have the tag in them. So previous to that, it was bins in service. So this is part of the reason for doing the tagging. So that's the collection. Why there's sorry.
It seems to me we're paying more for the collection service than what we budgeted. Is that?
part. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
More money from the processing.
Yeah.
That's what I can't quite understand why. Maybe we don't know any answers to that, but it'd be great just to understand.
I'm just wondering if the figure's correct, or what are you doing, Ross? Are you...
Yeah, look, I'm just wondering if that is unfavourable, because we know we've had a reduction. So look, I'm happy to come back and
Would you?
clarify
That'd be great.
that.
If you send us a memo out,
yeah,
to the
just
committee, that'd be
clarify
great.
that.
Thank you.
There is a sentence on the bottom of page 58 talking about the organics processing and composting is lower than planned year to date due to lower than planned processing costs. So I presume we pay a certain element of processing costs that for some reason that bill's lower.
Yeah, so we've got the process, but and part of that is the rebate that we get for commercial volumes. So that's the difference there.
And just, I mean, you were just asking for some feedback.
Yep.
The other really important piece of feedback we need to know is the life of the contract. So, you know, I think having visibility of when contracts are due or coming up, or, you know, what the status is in terms of the life of the contract is pretty important. Obviously that would give us the ability to know, okay, here's some things we might want to consider. You've heard some of the stuff from Councillor Kewen. There might be different things for other people's contracts.
Okay.
No problem.
All right, thank you.
We can incorporate that next time.
Melanie, then Jimmy.
I was just looking at page 61 at the table of a whole bunch of things, and one of them is about the third one down is about damaged bins, and it looks like that's increasing quite a lot over just over a year. So is this people contacting council and saying somehow their bin has been damaged and they want a replacement? So how are they being damaged? Are they running out of their lifespan, or...?
It's exactly that they are getting close to what the expectancy was for their useful lifespan. A lot of the damage we get is broken lids now, and sometimes the bin itself will split, or the wheels, that type of thing. The contract we have with Waste Management is that is their cost, their expense. So they will log a job. They'll go out and either repair or replace that bin, and that's at their expense. So,
Yep.
But we will continue to see an increase in those numbers, unfortunately.
Okay. Right, thank you. So Jimmy, then Anne. Just mindful of time, committee.
Okay, yeah, I just want to echo the question, particularly if we review the on page 60, those are the graph 2. If we saw this trend, you know, is if those are kind of the curbside organics, you know, they are kind of steadily increase, and also if the refuse is down, whether also council particularly consider, you know, is kind of you know, to promote from the minimize waste to the zero waste free. Whether it's good timing, review those are the kind of policy by law waste. You know, because I heard a lot of people told me that they are short of the particular for the size green bin, like the term he mentioned earlier, whether can swap with the red bin, you know, because at the moment red bin 140 the liters, but the green bin only 81. It's good timing for them, you know. But now, you know, can
Right,
be
we'll
the
get an
swap.
answer to that.
Yeah, yes.
So the question about the size of the green bin, the 18 and 80 litre? Yeah, so that's collected weekly as opposed to fortnightly, so your red bin's only fortnightly, so you do have an extra capacity there. You can get an enhanced service for the green bin. That is currently done through Waste Management.
And you have to pay for it.
You need to pay for it, and this is something that we want to once.
They pay the rates already. They don't want to relax. The people for the burn, they mention the burn. That's actually the council on, you know, the grass, the bird.
Yes.
But they kind of more the law on behalf of council. Otherwise, they need to waiting for the 155 millimeters. It's very nice.
So is that fair that people still have to pay for a bigger bin when they're mowing the council?
So that's what we're reviewing. We're going to
Okay.
review bin sizes, costs, and what's the most effective in terms of the waste minimisation targets.
Okay, and you'll throw that in the mix as well. Thank you. Thanks, Jimmy. Good question. Anne?
Yeah, just a last question. And is this an opportunity at all, this report, to give some kind of feedback in terms of the education that's going on around?
We've got a presentation on the curbside education trial,
Yes.
so that's to come.
And that's going to be, going forward, would those sorts of things be included in this report?
Yes, that's why the reason that you're getting it now is that the trial is running and the report's closed off 3 weeks ago. So.
Okay, perfect. Yep. And would that include things like, education programs that kids are involved in, schools are involved in, that kind of thing?
We can, if you like, also report on those.
I think there would be a fantastic opportunity to bring a lot of those under one umbrella, just to identify what's actually going on in the city in terms of education with young people, and so we have a bit more of a coordinated approach to that. I think that would be really helpful. I would find it helpful. Yeah, thank you.
On page 62, we have got the waste diversion initiatives. It was a bit about the auditing and waste-free parenting that we've been doing, but we can bolster that and put more in there.
Okay, thank you. I just had one question about the, it's page 64 in the landfill gas. So drilling of 5 new landfill gas wells, whereabouts are they going to be?
They're
Out at Burwood.
the old Burwood landfill site. So 2 years ago we put down another 10 wells and got quite a significant amount of gas from those 10 wells.
I thought that was running out.
Yeah, the old wells are.
Oh,
so,
okay,
yeah,
right.
so we and
So
putting we've
there's
put
gas there.
another 5 just to try and keep as much gas flow as we can out of it. But it certainly is on the overall the landfill being old. It is in decline.
Right. Okay, thank you. Should we move to your presentation then?
Certainly.
Yeah, I thought I might miss this. Yes, absolutely. So we've just got a brief presentation to describe our curbside education program that we've got running at the moment, and that's in reaction to, I guess, the current situation for recycling. And obviously, here's a little background about where we're at. So effectively, we've had a curbside system in place for 10 years. We're actually doing very well compared to the rest of the country, and that's largely because we do have the 3-bin system, 7.2% contamination rate, whereas others have sort of a higher rate than that, I believe. However, our contractor that processes the recycling can reject material when we have greater than 10% in a truck. So obviously our overall is 7.2, but from time to time trucks do get rejected, and that is at cost to our contractors. So we have to work kind of with them to make sure the right stuff is going into the yellow lidded bin. The next slide just talks through some of the market pressures that are creating this situation. So obviously Chinese national sword changed the market significantly for recycling with an oversupply of recyclables internationally following China closing its gates. And what that has meant for us is that the level of interrogation of our recyclable commodities has increased significantly, with loads being, not our loads being rejected, but loads internationally being rejected for having too much contaminant in those product streams. So effectively, we've got a reduced market that a lot of people are trying to sell their recycling commodities into, and that has meant that the quality of our recycling has to be the very best it can be. The next slide shows some of the things we found when we did an initial audit last year. These were just regular household yellow bins, and you can see there's everything from car parts, Tide black bags, organic waste, nappies, the whole gambit. Coffee cups, lots of coffee cups. But this is really how we get more than 10% in a truck when certain residents, I guess, are just using their recycling bin largely for refuse, for general refuse. The costs are actually significant, mainly around access to those markets. So, if we can't sell that recyclable product, we need to look at alternatives. And, the current alternative is landfill. So I mean, you can probably do those sums, but in addition to that, there's actually operational costs of processing that contamination, and our recycling processor has assessed that as about 1.4 million per annum, and that's just downtime, general waste disposal fees, and the additional labour that they've added to their sort line to pick out contamination in light of the changing market. So what we did about it, we spoke with our communications team, and sort of in alignment with the Bin Good campaign, which is our current our update to Recycling Right, we developed a positive bin inspection program. So the key difference here is other councils and territorial authorities have run, recycling police type campaigns, and we're very keen to remind people that it's important what goes into their bin and encourage them to do the right thing, because at the end of the day we have very little control on the individual putting the right material in their bin. We have to kind of engender that change and drive behavioural change towards, recycling correctly. The campaign is a trial, and basically we're looking at it, at this point, obviously to address the issues in the market, but really to understand whether an expanded auditing program should be part of our services going forward. The idea is to reach 45,000 households, and so that's through direct mail out. What we found is that by advising residents that we're going to do a bin inspection program and giving them advice about which materials can go in the bin, they're equipped to do the right thing. We don't even need to check their bins because they've got first-hand information that says, hang on, this is how you use your green, this is how you use your yellow bin, these are the materials, and we will be checking. So that's the blanket approach. It's 45,000 households. What we then worked out, we obviously had some media coverage, which was really, really helpful. And then we've appointed a team of 4 to actually do physical bin inspections. So the idea being that they should get through around 25,000 bins over the 12-week trial, and that being, obviously bins being checked twice, so around 12,500 individual properties will get a bin inspection in this trial. 4,500 a week. I mean, that's based on sort of 800 properties a day. The team of 4 are getting through, and then there's 3, collateral items that they're provided with, either a gold star if they've done everything right, an education leaflet if they've got a few things wrong, and we found a lot of residents are putting things like soft plastics, coffee cups, clothing in their bins. So it's quite a straightforward one, just to note what those items are and kind of re-educate those people on what material can go in the bin. And then obviously the contaminated tag is part of our regular process. So our contractor will check bins as part of the contract, and they will reject those bins from the collection route if they're found to have too much contamination. And so what we're doing is we're incorporating that into this inspection so that effectively we've got 4 more sets of eyes out on the street, checking those bins and pulling those back so we don't get those contaminated bins into those loads. And we obviously selected areas where we'd had poor performance in the past, with the idea that if we can bring the contamination rate down in those poorly performing areas, we'll save significantly on the back end. If you go to the next slide, that's just some of the collateral. So the one on the top left is the information flyer that goes out. So again, you can see that it's phrased quite positively. It's not bin police, it's not flashing lights and sirens. It's very much, we're just making sure that you have the right information to use our service. The gold star is underneath. The contamination tag, again, we've framed that more positively than previously. Kind of, instead of challenging residents, and telling them that they've done the wrong thing and they're going to have their bin removed, which is obviously the final stage of that process. It's a long process to get there. We've just tried to say, look, we think you've got a few things wrong. This is what you need to do to use the council service. Sorry. Was there a question? No.
Well, that's great. And I really like the way you've been proactive and encouraging people rather than the stick. We've got questions? Sarah and then James.
Kia ora. It's been really good, and it's generated quite a lot of interest, which is really good. One of the things, though, that I think has the most impact is when you tell people what happens if you don't do it right. So it was hard to read from the screen there, and I haven't had mine checked, so I haven't got the thing there. But when you've done the checking in and oops, we couldn't, collect this today because you had this contamination, do we say when bins are contaminated, the whole thing has to go to landfill? Because if people know why, it's not just council being, officious, and it's not just, someone else's problem, we're paying you to sort it. If people know why in the information they're given, they're much more likely to have a connection to it and change behaviour next time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's in the wording on that checking in flyer.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, with media releases too, we've been putting
Yeah,
out
but
that
even with media
information.
releases, like I had an elected member, a community board member, had their bin checked and put up on Facebook. How did I not know that lids weren't allowed? I've been doing recycling for ages, and all of a sudden council's telling me lids aren't allowed. And I'm like, we've done media releases and we've done education before, and people still don't know.
I think that's, I guess why this campaign has been so successful or been so widely, reported in the media, because it's actually challenging people who think they are recycling correctly. It's sort of saying, look, you have the right intentions, but we need to clarify a few things. There's a few things that everyone puts in their recycling bin that we can't accept, that cause downtime, that that aren't recyclable. So it's really about, I guess, addressing those those items, and the form has the 7 most common ones on there. And that's sort of why to try.
And when we say it's because it has to go to landfill, do we also say and it costs ratepayers more?
I'm not sure if that wording is on the flyers themselves, but it's definitely part of the broader campaign.
Because knowing how much more it costs us to throw things in landfill, it's really important, because residents can do stuff to cut rates. It's not just around the table here. If residents recycled properly and put the rubbish in the rubbish bin and didn't litter at the sides of the roads and all of those kind of things, there would be less people having to do the work. Absolutely. And it would save rates.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all of us. James. Thanks, Sarah.
Kia ora. Thanks for that presentation. Really interesting. The flyers and so on, they will have an effect. But it's funny, since becoming an elected member, I've taken a lot more care on what I put in my bins, especially when this check came through. But I think I was doing all right, except I did learn a few things out of your marketing or your communication. The one I didn't know, though, is that that a truckload can go to the landfill. I didn't know that. I don't think I've caused it at this stage, but and that is a really important one, which I think a lot of people would not know. I think I'm fairly up with it, and I didn't know that. So the question I've got of you is, can the contractors intercept contaminated bins? I think I got the impression that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. So we work with the contractor closely on this. They are implementing, the RFID project, which I think we've brought to council before, which is around, unique identifier for every single bin on the collection route. So they can have all of that data in the back office and made available to the driver. So as the driver is completing their route, they know which bins have previously been contaminated. So that's the sort of the ultimate outcome of that project, so that we can have advanced warning before a lift of the status of that bin. And so that would be the most
of the behaviour of the people that use that bin, you mean? Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Can they see when it goes into the bin?
They have hoppers, a camera in the hopper as well, so they can see that. But the idea is that if they've got these high risk bins, as it were, then they can go and check them before lifting.
Right.
That's good.
Oh, okay. They didn't do that to me. So if they saw something contaminating in the hopper, will they be able to reject that? No. So you just know that it's there.
Yep. So that advanced warning is critical. They need to know which bins are high risk.
Right.
And get that information so they can check the bins.
Cool.
It's technology for you, James.
Yeah, man.
Anne.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, so there's a notice is applied to the bin if it's contaminated, and so that details the reason for the contamination and the need to remedy that issue before it can be collected. where we have repeat contaminated bins, then council enact its process, which involves a letter, a face-to-face meeting, and bin removal. So that's almost the 3 stages that we take, where we have sort of those, you know, repeat offenders, as it were.
So I think one of the issues again is language issues, and the fact that can you talk about how to get around that in terms of
Yeah, so we yeah, absolutely. So we've just updated our collateral, so the entire, I guess, waste communications collateral. So that's everything from the leaflet through to the bin stickers, obviously this brand, you know, this material, and it all aligns with the pictures that are in the new curbside booklet. So it really is designed to reach across audiences, regardless of, you know, English as a first language.
Right, and just finally, I know there are schools out there that have got rid of their bins because they've done such a good program of educating parents not to bring wrappings and things to school. How do we acknowledge that and reward that and bring that kind of behaviour to the forefront? Because it's the little people that are going to change the way things are done if we can get them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, and we haven't at this meeting, but obviously at the briefing yesterday, but our waste management minimisation plan will address that kind of broader community engagement around waste and waste minimisation. So this would just be one component of that, obviously much broader.
Put it on our newsline or something once a week.
Just to your first
Winning
point.
school. Yanni.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say to your first point about the safety of the for the incidents. That is why we have the team of 4, and they are wearing body cameras. So if there is any confrontation, yeah, just to try and well, hopefully that's a deterrent as well. But we have considered that there could become confrontational issues.
Right, thank you. Yanni?
I just had a question in regards to the promotion. I see it in the previous paper we've just had, we're in a favourable position because of the budget, because of lower promotion costs, and yet we've just heard you talk about the need to promote. So just mindful of the question that Councillor Daniels asked, I just wonder whether you've got sufficient budget to do the promotion, and just sort of on top of that, I'm also really interested in what you're doing to target communities where English isn't their first language.
So maybe if I can talk to the budget there, the reference to reduction in the costs is we're doing a lot more on digital rather than printed material. So we have quite a cost saving in that respect. The reason this is a trial because we have got a budget outside of our normal marketing budget to run this trial. So the cost of this is around about $100,000 with all the collateral and the staff. So that is outside of our normal budget. So as Rowan mentioned before, it's really assessing this after the trial to see if there is value in perhaps including in some form an ongoing education campaign.
And I think exactly that, you know, that ongoing campaign would need to include that broader engagement. You know, this is very much expanding on our current program and trialling the curbside inspection as a tool. I think we probably have to flesh it out a little bit if it's going to become a permanent program. So yeah, broader engagement would be required.
Yeah,
exactly.
So we've taken advice on what language are the most commonly spoken, and we've translated into, I think, 3 other languages. And we do, by request, if there is request for other information, we do have one of our team members who will go and speak to groups as well and translate it. But it is really difficult to print or cover all the different languages, so it's really by numbers as to the greatest demand is how we're reacting to that.
You know, like if you take the Pacifica community, for example, you know that they've got structures within their community where you can access and share information, you know, generally through the churches.
Yeah.
And I just want, like, I'm just really mindful of the point that Councillor Daniels made, and I would share it. I still think people just do not understand the magnitude of the issue that we're facing, because we've had so much change over a short period of time that people are just used to what they were doing previously without understanding the difference So
getting the word out.
I really think we need to be doing more.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully staff have recorded. I'm very conscious of time, so we've got 3 more questions. Well, I've got to allow questions. Jimmy?
Thank you, Chair. Because these rubbish curbside collection, sweeping for 10 years, I remember before, the council upgrade of the digital website, they did have the color and several key language on there.
Yep.
So give people fully understand. But recently, I didn't see those one. Whether can be considered recover those kind of the photo.
You mean on the bin itself?
Language. Yeah. Before,
Okay.
yes. Yeah. But now I disappear.
Yep.
Disappear. Particularly for the sweeping, collection, those materials.
Okay, so there should be are you referring to the labels under the lids?
Yeah.
That they should, every bin that goes out? Okay, so that's our contract, we check with them to make sure they're doing it, so we'll have to follow
That'd
up
be good.
on that one. But we are using pictures a lot more to address the language, so it's a visual identification of the material.
Okay, Tim and then Aaron.
Just a note that our council website has an ability to do 15 languages.
Yep.
Yeah. Just to say, so if the information in there, it's really good. So,
Aaron.
It's exactly the same as tin. We
Great.
just sit here and collude.
Questions in one. Okay. All right. Can we have a mover to receive the report? James. Seconder. Melanie. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed. That's carried. All right. So we have one item to go back to. Look, standing orders 19.5. Thank you, guys. You probably want to stay there. A meeting may revoke or alter a previous resolution made at the same meeting where during the course of the meeting it receives fresh facts or information concerning that resolution. In this situation, we would require 75% of the members present and voting to agree to the revocation or alteration. And bearing in mind, I'd like to bring up that standing order at the moment because of the decision that we made previously, we left with the option of doing nothing, which, as I said in my debate, I felt unacceptable because of the urgency of this situation. So, alongside the standing order, we've actually brought new information, which is we've asked staff to compile a matrix to present the information to the committee far more clearly, and that's actually what was requested at the last meeting, and some members felt the information wasn't presented in a format that was acceptable. To also address that issue, we have formulated a 4th resolution to ensure that this situation does not happen again in the future. And I think it's a very feasible criticism that some members have made on that information that came back. They found it wasn't an acceptable format. So, are there any questions on this process for now? And the next step will be for me to call for support for the revocation of the previous resolution, in which case we would need 3/4 of you or 12 to support that. Otherwise, we'll be left with the option of do nothing. So, Tim?
thank you. And maybe no one heard what I was saying when I said it, but it was also about the process, and that there is no question about the urgency and the importance of this work to be done. But my issue was the process and the undertaking that was taken after the last. I see the hand gestures and everything, but it is really frustrating when you think you have an agreement with staff and maybe there's a bit of confusion or whatever, but we come to a point and that undertaking, I feel, hasn't been taken.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to address in number 4, because it's a
Number
valid
4,
point.
request that staff update. So
No, we've got the
In
information
future, because that was not.
I'll be interested to see the updated information when it wasn't there before.
But it's in calling for through any meeting at all, when a committee calls for more information or another option, we want it brought back in a more robust manner than was today. So we're trying to prevent this happening again. So thinking that some members may have voted against the option because they felt that the process was not followed, and we're trying to put a band-aid over that.
Yeah, I mean, say that what we need to do is probably allow a couple of minutes for elected members to look on the big tin habit can and see the new information that's been provided.
But at the moment,
No.
the resolution that basically...
But people won't be in favour if they haven't seen it.
That's right. So if members have an open mind and have a will to rescind the last decision, they can still vote the same way if we vote again. That's fine, you know. So let's just...
And an open mind, I do object to that. I mean, it's, you know, it's not having an open mind, it's really wanting the information that was asked for originally.
Yes, and you can still vote the same way.
Just on behalf of staff, I'd say, you know, we acted on the resolution that you gave us, that a report be left on the table while staff investigate other options, including sheet piling. And I thought, and maybe we didn't report that in the right way, but we had looked at the option, we brought you the reports from people, and so this one now clarifies, or this other resolution, clarifies what you actually mean by looking at those options. But we did bring you back that option, we did bring you back that staff had considered it. So basically, I apologise if it was not actually in a options version, as we'd normally do other options, and we'll certainly take that away as a lesson.
Yes.
What we've tried to do in the updated report is bring that back as an option, because really in the options report, or in the report we came back, we had eliminated that option on your behalf almost, but we did explain why we had eliminated that. So
now that
my apologies.
the new, thank you, Dave. The new options report is on the hub. But there's no point in actually spending time on that until we agree or disagree. Do committee members want to see the options report before we vote?
Has it been provided?
No.
Yes, it is there. I've been told it's there.
I can't see how this is going to lead to a
Is it
better
there or
outcome.
not?
We're just trying to spend another hour to get to
No,
the same
we're not.
point.
It's the same information. It's new information put in.
It's
What-
about the outcome.
Okay.
Here's the thing, council last time...
Hang on. It's about the outcome. The outcome we've reached today is a very disappointing do-nothing option. It is. And so we may end up, if we revisit this and look at the options report that was requested, is now being provided, we may end up with the same outcome, but at least it's giving us a chance to end up with a better outcome. So I would like to revisit this in this committee meeting. It doesn't mean we've got to go through all the lengthy debate again.
Well, no,
James.
but I think that that's what the outcome is going to be. I think that the resolutions up there are just going to ask for trouble. The crux of the matter was, and the arguments against it, I don't think anyone anticipated it to be a stalemate like it was, but it was fundamentally because Phil had wanted additional work to be undertaken with comprehensive costed options of the installation.
Point of order, what are we actually debating at the moment?
Okay, so if that is put up as another option, then that you could allow the revocation of that and then the opportunity for the other members who voted the way they did to either support or not support the intent of why they voted against
this has been
it.
the legal advice for a way forward here, that in order to progress this we need to put the option out to revoke what we just did and to re-put the motion, and we have put an addition to that motion to try and appease the people who did vote against this because of the process.
The legal advice will lead to expediting an outcome here,
Well,
then by all
we need
means
an
go for
outcome.
it.
All right. Okay, well, look, I'm going to put the motion from the chair. Does it have to be seconded? No, I think the chair can just do it. I'm going to put the motion that, with the will of the committee, we rescind the previous decision we just made in the light that we have some more information. We've had legal advice that we have made the decision, made a decision to do nothing because it's the status quo. Melanie?
What we're going to do is revoke the vote.
Melanie? And then Andrew.
Are we able to see this additional information?
Yes, we will see it once we have
No,
decided the way forward.
we need it before we rescind something.
Well, you don't, because you don't need to change your vote, Andrew.
Yeah, my view is that we need to see the new information, because the basis on which we're revoking the previous decision or the previous result is that there's new information available. We need to see the new information to be certain that it is actually new information before we consider the resolution under 19.5.
Yep.
So I think as a matter of process, we need that information
all right.
first.
If that's the will of the committee, then we will do that, in which case we will adjourn this meeting. We will, we will adjourn this meeting because that's the latest information. and we will move to the Finance and Performance Committee meeting, and we will reconvene this meeting at the end of the Finance and Performance Committee meeting. Right. It should be there, but apparently it's not.
Welcome to our extraordinary meeting of the Finance and Performance Committee. The purpose of this meeting is just to approve one agenda item, one paper. So the background to this, we have already in previous resolutions appointed Gary Moore as the chair of the External Advisory Group and Louise Edwards as the deputy chair. There was a resolution put at that previous meeting that the membership of the External Advisory Group be discussed by the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, the Chair of Finance and Performance, the Deputy Chair of Finance and Performance, the Chief Executive and the Chair of the External Advisory Group and the Deputy Chair. The Deputy Chair of the EAG wasn't available for that discussion, but there had been consultation between Chair and Deputy prior to the meeting. That discussion took place and has resulted in a recommendation that the following people be appointed to the External Advisory Group. So that's Jennifer Crawford, Michelle Sharp and Mark Christensen. The purpose of the item today is to make that approval in line with the recommendation from the small group that considered that. So That's my introduction. Peter, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are no questions, I'll be looking for a mover. So Sam, you're happy to move. Aaron, we'll take you as the seconder. Sorry, yeah, good point, actually. So apologies. So we've got an apology from the Mayor and an apology from Councillor Chu, which Mike has moved. Pauline will second. So I'll put the apologies first of all. All those in favour, say aye. Against, that's carried. Now coming back to the substantive item. Been moved and seconded. Any questions? Any debate? All those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. And I'll now declare the meeting closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unadjourned.
Apologies for early departure. Or for leaving on time.
Okay, so the information is there. It's not a lot of reading to do. I'm assuming people have seen it. And in that time, I've been given further legal advice that we can use Standing Orders 18.2. Procedure if no resolution is reached. If no resolution is reached, the chairperson may accept a new motion to progress the matter under discussion, which I'm going to do from the chair. We have a motion here, which I'm intending to move. Do I have a seconder? Melanie, did you second the last one? Anne. Do I have a seconder? Anne, thank you. So if there are any questions on the new information, I'm happy to take those. Andrew?
Yeah, I've got two questions.
We have staff at the...
One of which is on the new information, and the other is on the presentation of information as regards the answers to previous questions. So the impact on rates between 0.28% and 0.66% impact on rates is a one-off requirement for this option. That appears to be different than the answer that was provided to my question earlier in the meeting, where I would have expected the impact on rates to be the same as for option 1. Clearly that's not the case from the way the information is presented in this matrix. Why is that?
Originally, for option 1, it was a 0.28% offset when it was first reported. So we used that figure as the lower bound for option 4, and the higher bound for option 4 was what we've got for option 2. So this has not been recalculated. We went upstairs and had a thumbs up and came up with that.
So we wouldn't be using the offset provided in FY20 to 21 through existing capital works provision for the inner city project for the amount up to 1.458 million for option 4. We would be looking at it differently than we are for option 1.
What do you reckon, Ross?
Yes.
Why is that?
From funding point of view, we could look at the same option for funding at exactly the same. So there's no reason that the two would cost any different, except if the second option costs more, obviously you would have to offset. If we wanted then to recover that money, we would put it as part of the LTP. And we've asked in the option, I think with any of the options, you would actually recommend the identified offsets and the funding impact. So if you went to option 1, 2 or 3 or 4, you would still look at option or the resolution 3 around looking at offsets of that funding impact. If you wanted to fund it 100% out of rates, that's what it would cost you, between 0.28 and 6. But we are recommending an offset.
All of that is interesting, but what I'm asking is about the way that the information is presented in this table.
Yeah.
If the reality is that option 1 and option 4 are able to be funded in the same way with any incremental cost for option 4 having an impact on rates, I would have expected it to be presented in this table in that way, and it's not.
Right. It should read anything above 1.4 whatever is million will have this much impact.
Unless you want to increase the offset against that project, which has got 4 million in it for the Central City. Central City project at this point has got 4 million in it. We are suggesting this be an offset of part of that money to actually fund that option. You could actually decide to offset that more. If you did it exactly the same as option 1, it would actually have no impact on rates except of any additional cost. So that extra 1.4 would cost you 2.66 minus 0.28.
So the answer to my question then is that option 1 and option 4 could in fact be the same, but with any increment in option 4 seeing a rate impact.
Yes, or a bigger offset against that capital.
So there's actually some optionality within that.
Correct.
Okay. And then my second question relates to the answer to my earlier question, impact on Mana Whenua. We're showing increased protection of kaimoana from the landfill, potential disturbance of the foreshore habitat as a negative, but there's no mention of the commentary that was made in the answer to my previous question around the introduction of foreign materials into the environment. Presumably, the answer to that question still stands, although it's not noted under that box in option 4 in this table.
Possibly one of the we talk about the issue about the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and in the detail of the report we talked around that hard options are not generally allowed under the Coastal Policy Statement. That Coastal Policy Statement is a national policy statement of which Ngā basically we've got a buy-in from a whole range of stakeholders. If we were going to go against the recommendations of that, that would open up a whole range of things. And part of that, you'll recognise, is introduction of foreign materials into that environment. Basically, the coastal policy statement is recommending soft options or retreat.
Okay, so you could have copied and pasted that into that box as well.
Yeah, no, it's just good to know that, you know, despite it's not in the table, that answer still stands. The fact that it's not there shouldn't be read as meaning that that advice is no longer relevant. All right, thank you.
No questions? Anne? Then James?
Please, Madam Chair, say if this is not relevant to the new information, but it would be useful to have a sense of how the lifespan of these different projects. We've heard some different numbers, around 50 years for the steel pillar one, the steel wall one, and 25 years and 15 years. Would it be possible to get clarification from staff about that, in terms of the different options and how long they'll last?
Yep. So for option one, and based on, as we had mentioned with the oxidation ponds, with that work being enacted in 1995 and still in good condition, we would say a minimum of 25 years for that work. And yes, we have had, as reported, that 50 years would be the expectancy for the option two.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? James?
Look, I want something done, but I wanted a robust report on what the options are. And I struggle with this because this has been put together admittedly quickly because of what happened a couple of hours ago, but it seems to be a particularly negative view of option 4. Now, and Councillor Turner pointed that out about the fact that it mentions that there's an impact on rates, but it's no different to option 1. So there's one example. Another is the impact on mana whenua, and it talks about the same impact as option 1, which is increased protection of kai moana. But then with option 4, it says potential, this is the additional thing, potential disturbance of foreshore habitat. Sure, but that applies to option 1 as well. So it just seems like it's a particularly negative view of option 4. I don't believe that, I don't feel that it's been presented in a I'll call it a robust manner, that's all. And now, I say I want something done, but I wanted to make a decision with proper and valid information in there. And I'll go to what Councillor Galloway's just mentioned about the lifespan of this intervention, because at one stage today we had 5 to 10 years, and then it became 25, and I don't see the relevance, and I'm not an engineer obviously, but just common sense says the fact that the oxidation ponds have had sheet piling which has lasted for 25 years, so therefore this would last for that time. This is a different environment, this is a different situation. I mean, they don't have tides in the oxidation ponds, so I struggle with the report that's put in front of us.
I don't think the ponds have got sheet piling.
Huh?
The ponds don't have sheet piling.
There is sheet piling in the oxidation ponds.
You're getting mixed up. So
No, they have sheet piling in the oxidation ponds. They do. I think you'll find that they do. But anyway, moot. My point is that this report seems to, as I say, be particularly negative towards option 4, but I do want something done. That's been my whole issue today.
Okay, Jimmy?
I also review this new chart, on page 7, number 10. I was confused. Yeah. The first one is regarding to the impact on rates. Even the James and Andrew mentioned that one, should be in the equally, to assessment. If option one, not any the rate impact because offset from the central city, existing capital one, why the option 4 is not allowed? Should be in the same equally, can offset this one. And second is environment impact here blank, because the previous debate will review based on the staff that mentioned. The option 4, if you have sit, those the piling should be more or less will impact environment, but in here it's blank, no mention. So we just don't know whether it's impact those the environment or not. This is my question.
Look, I can only comment on the previous, what we had with the attachment with the environmental impacts was in that previous attachment with the previous report. So that should have some content in there, as there is some. Should have been in there. And going back to, and it's been discussed too, yes, with option 4, the first part of that could be an offset, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be that first part directly from rates. So this has obviously been put together very quickly, and those are noted as that they could be, that could have been included.
So, look, committee members, this can continue on and on and on, and I'm going to take what James has expressed, Councillor Daniels has expressed, that you still don't feel that the report is robust around option 4. So what I'd like to do is lay this on the table again. I would like to come back with a more robust information around option 4, answering the very questions that people have put, and also addressing the omissions and the incorrect data that you've put in there.
Point of order, it's already been moved and seconded.
Yes, so what? Excuse me. Do I have to put it? I don't know.
Pauline, could I just, to break the ice, could I just say that I am actually going to go for option 1, but I do want to talk and debate about it.
Well, James, what do you...
I'm the same.
Okay.
I'm the same. But what I want to know is, what is the motion? Is it up there? Because originally it was
yes.
to revoke.
No, we don't. We're using 18.2.
Yeah, okay. So it's that.
Yep. Can I just have a minute, Megan? Yeah.
Okay. I'll start.
No, we're going to put the resolution.
Incorrect, we can address it later.
Can you turn the microphone off, please?
All right, so it's moved and seconded. We're going to proceed.
All right.
Hang on, I haven't answered you yet.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, you can be first speaker.
Okay, all right. Look, I've made my point about how we got to this point, this place, and I want something done. So I'm prepared to support this.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thank you. So here's the thing. Staff did exactly what the resolution of the committee asked them to do. The report be left on the table while staff investigate other options, including sheep piling. If the committee is keen for a new report and a new technical thing to come back, then they actually need to specify that in the resolution. Staff did what they were asked to do. And on top of that, this agenda has been on our laptops and in the public for 5 days, and this is the first agendaed meeting of the week. And people who wanted further information, further technical information, have had 5 days to give staff time to prepare that. For me, there's enough information, there's enough technical information, there's enough staff expertise, and having been on the Infrastructure, Transport and Environment Committee in the last term and on council, I know that the estuary edge stuff is really difficult and that our staff know what they're doing in this space. The additional information has been good. The questions, the staff answers to questions today has been incredibly useful, and that's what they're there for. Even if the information isn't in the report fully, staff are here to provide additional information for us. So if you think that the information is okay, but you don't, and option 1 makes sense, but you don't like the process by which we got to it, then please, to move this forward, just simply abstain rather than vote against it, and let's get on with protecting the estuary.
Andrew?
In a similar vein, I'm very... I reiterate the comments I made earlier. I've got enough information in front of me. My comments around, and I had enough information in front of me earlier, my comments around environmental, ecological and cultural values still stand, and all of the comments I made earlier absolutely still stand. But where this has landed demonstrates the implication of people voting against something that they don't necessarily actually oppose, and voting against something where, in fact, an abstention may be more appropriate, or, in fact, where an amendment asking for further information might be more appropriate, or an amendment asking, in this case, for another option to be considered might have been more appropriate. And, of course, none of that happened. I don't for 1 minute think that many of those people that voted against this actually intended to vote to do nothing and to leave things exactly the way that they are, but a lack of consideration of the impact of those negative votes resulted in what I would consider to be, and I hope others would agree with me, an unintended outcome where we actually agreed just to leave things the way that they are at the moment, which I think all of us would agree is untenable. So there's been a lesson around process, I think, here as well. There's been a lesson around the use of amendments, the use of abstentions, and in fact the use of requests for information, further information, either during or probably with more relevance here before, as Councillor Templeton has said, before the meeting, so that we can have a reasoned debate with all the information in front of us, and people are actually putting up, by way of resolution, what it is they're wanting to achieve. So we got to do nothing. I don't think there's anybody around this table that actually wanted us to do nothing. So I'm pleased that we've found a way through this, and I would commend the work that the Chair and staff have done to get us to a point where we can do something other than nothing. I would reiterate what I said in the earlier debate. We should just support the option that's in front of us, get on with this, and avoid environmental, ecological and cultural degradation, which is what we're looking at with the way things are at the moment.
Right, thank you. Well, we've had 3 people speak for it, and I'm not going to stop anyone speaking, but if anyone's speaking for it, please don't reiterate your past debate. We don't need to hear it all again. And so I will now invite, I'm not saying that you did, Andrew, what you said was good. I just really want to get this wrapped up. Melanie?
The only thing I was going to say is actually the further information in a way made it more confusing, which is what Andrew has said, and I'm a bit disappointed by that, but I still support option 1 because it's clearly the obvious solution.
Thank you. Sam?
Yeah, I will still be opposing it. In my view, we haven't done enough work on option 4, so I won't reiterate anything I said previously, but I do think there's more efficiency that could have been gained within that option, and we haven't done the work, so I can't support it.
Right, thank you. Phil, Aaron, Tim, then Jimmy.
Yeah, I won't be supporting it. You can't just add on option. Option 4 has been painted to be an expensive option. It is the best option, and just adding the sheet piling and option 1 together to come up with that 2.4 million is not correct. There is a lot of savings that can be done. We'd end up with the same outcome, but a lot better, longer lasting outcome if we did option 4.
Thank you. Aaron?
Yeah, for a council that loves to normally get process right, and I've heard that lots of times over a particular intersection in the city, for this to turn out this way today is interesting, and some of the claims that have been made and around the debate, and some of my fellow councillors getting told off as well in those debates is interesting as well. I won't be supporting this again. I don't think it's the best option. Option 1 is, yes, it's the cheapest, but does it have the best outcome of all the things that Andrew listed? I totally agree with Andrew on all the points he did list, and therefore wish we were exploring the more permanent, the more beneficial one for the containment and of the area. If we get a run of storms or whatever may happen in that area and we get rubbish wash into the estuary, this council will be kicking itself and really, really embarrassed that we did not go down the route of going for the better option. Yes, I love to save money, but if there's a better environmental impact and longer term, you often save money because when you do the patch-up job, yes, it will contain it, as we've been told, or it should contain it, but there's no guarantees because it doesn't last as long. And the point that Councillor Daniels raised earlier about the oxidation ponds, completely different environment. That's like buying a car and letting your teenager drive it for 20 years, probably not a teenager anymore, or buying the same car and putting it in the garage. They're completely different environments. Don't expect to have the same car at the end of 20 years. And having waves and storm surges and floods coming out through the rivers and everything else on an estuary edge versus an oxidation pond, we don't normally get those in there. We get the odd earthquake, but that's about it. It's Christchurch.
Thanks, Aaron. Tim?
Thank you. Look, I have to say this has totally been disappointing. The options, the way we got here has just been pretty sad, really, and I didn't really appreciate the way that and technically, I suppose you could say, the patronising way it implied my ignorance of the situation. The fact of the matter is I'm fully aware of the need to do this and the damage around the estuary, but it was an undertaking, or it was made by staff, and I don't believe it was fully followed. And I think we've got to be really careful, because I don't know, really, if adding an extra column changes anything. It really hasn't, let's be honest. Option 4, just an column. I will be supporting this because I'm fully aware of the importance of this. I don't think we're going to go anywhere if we keep debating it, but I'm just really disappointed in the process.
Thank you. Jimmy?
Okay. Yeah, I'm still prefer the option 4 because particularly we support option 4. Particularly, we got the information. If we go with the steel, the cedar piling, actually they will contaminate, our environment, even those ecological one, and also regarding the visual amenity. But now we put on the option 4 in here. It's kind of combined together. I don't know, combined together, those the environment impact still will be exist in there. So it's my particular concern. Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried because the staff mentioned there's a blank. But anyway, staff explained to us those the environment impact still exist if we go to option 4. Still seed piling. So I'm still prefer the option 1. Thank you.
Oh, so option 1.
One.
Thank you.
Oh.
Ian?
To say things. Yeah.
Yes.
Option 1. Yeah.
It's all right. It's cool. We got it clarified at the end.
Yep.
Thank
All
you,
good.
Jimmy. That's fine. That's all right. Anyone supporting option 6? Let me know. Anne?
Oh, okay, I will say. As Councillor Keown has alluded to, this is an incredibly complex situation, and which is why I won't be supporting option 4, because it's a more expensive one. It's one-dimensional solution to a multi-dimensional environment. It flies in the face of expert opinions from many fields, and it does not align with our council plans and policies. So I will not be supporting option 4. I will be supporting option 1.
Thank you. And Mike?
Thank you. I guess one thing to point out is option 4 has never actually been moved. We're only debating option 1. And look, I'd like to acknowledge, obviously, the debate we have had, and it's obviously taken a bit of time to get here, and it's good that we're going to get an outcome. And look, I respect all the thoughts and opinions of my colleagues, and I do appreciate the fact that a number of them have actually decided to support this option, because actually the do nothing approach is actually a really bad approach that could have some terrible outcomes. And look, I think we're probably going to disagree about what the best way forward. I know the last time this came to the committee, we did discuss option 1 versus option 2, because there was a number of us at the start that actually did support option 2, but we actually, through questioning and answers with staff, we realised that option 1 was the best way to actually move forward with that environment. So once again, I'll be supporting option 1.
Jake?
Sure. Well, I was really disappointed with the work that had gone into investigating option 4, but I was prepared to move my vote in favour, because doing nothing and the potential environmental impacts of that is an untenable solution from my point of view. But given the numbers aren't here to stop that, I will maintain my true intention, which is to again abstain.
Right, okay, thank you. Well, if that's the end of the debate, I'll just round it off by saying yes, I agree with Mike, and thanks for pointing that out. It has been a very robust debate and discussion. We have learnt something today about being very careful about the resolutions that we make and the instructions that we do give staff to go away and do. And thank you, Dave, for acknowledging that it was a two-way street. We weren't clear enough with the resolution, and the information came back, and as a result wasn't quite what we wanted. But it is important, as many people have said, that we do not do nothing, that we need to address this issue urgently. I believe that the environmental impacts are to the fore here. I don't think that option 4 would fly, no matter how much more information we got. I just will not go through all those barriers, as Sarah Templeton pointed out, around the preciousness of the estuary. And we've got several very active groups down there. It could be a prolonged application in a court of law, so to try and get a resource consent, and even then it may not be granted, and that's what we learnt last meeting on this. Without further ado, I'm going to put that motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Please put your hands up for opposed.
Division, please.
Division. And Jake's abstaining.
Councillor Turner?
Yes.
Councillor Chen?
Yes.
Councillor Coco? Yes. Councillor Cotter?
Yes.
Councillor Daniels?
Yes.
Councillor Davidson?
Yes.
Councillor Galloway?
Yes.
Councillor Keogh?
No.
Councillor McDonald?
No.
Councillor Major?
No.
Councillor McLeod? Councillor Scandrick?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton? 9 for, 3 against, 1 abstention.
So that's carried. Thanks, everybody. That's been incredible. So that's the end of our agenda. I'll close. Do I close the meeting first, or do you do that first? Karakia, Karakia for James to close the meeting. Thank you.
I'm going to paraphrase that. What I'm about to say is, finally, we've finished speaking. And now, I'm going to say this to Te Reo Māori, and now we can reunite and think of our city as a whole. So, having said that, kei te mihi, ka whakairia te tapu, kia waitea ai te ara, kia tūruki whakataa ai, kia tūruki whakataa ai, haumie, huie,
Tai kia. Kia ora. Meeting closed. And I'm sorry it wasn't as quick as the Finance and Performance meeting, but well done, everybody. Yeah, close. It was close.